Welcome in, folks. This is the 462nd episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody joining us on this beautiful Friday afternoon or closer to evening if you're out on the East Coast, thanks for being here. We have so much to go over today. If you happen to be new to the streams, well, lock in because you're in for a treat. Here, we debate Trump supporters and talk about American politics for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, trying to change minds. Yesterday was a pretty successful day. Out of the 6 or 7 Trump supporters that we ended up having conversations with, we were actually able to change 4 of their 6 or 7 minds. So we had a very successful conversion rate yesterday. That was super exciting. But listen, guys, I will very politely ask everybody that's specifically watching on TikTok, which is where we get the debates loaded into the stream through, to only hop inside of that guest request if you happen to be here for a debate about why you happen to be MAGA. Dana, thank you for that galaxy. Now, folks, before we quickly hop into that first debate of the day, we already have the first Trump supporter of the day connected to the live stream. Let's quickly go over the breaking news. I don't know how this isn't illegal. Donald Trump accidentally spilled the beans. Donald Trump said that his kids love insider trading and insider deals, and they're able to get access to inside information because of his presidency. I don't even understand how this is real. This should be grounds for impeachment. Let's go ahead and quickly take a look at this clip together. Here we go.
I feel badly in a way for my kids because every time my kids do, if they invest in a stock or if they go and do a bill, anything they do, because the presidency is so powerful, so big, everything, right. If they buy a cupcake company, well, the energy to make the cupcakes is, sort of like, how's my energy policy?
This little key yap right here.
A conflict. Almost anything they do, if they want to buy a truck, if they want to buy, if they buy an energy efficient truck, they have inside information. It's pretty tough in that sense. I tell my kids, stay away from as much as you can stay away from, but they also have a life, they feel badly in a way.
So he said it there at the end. I don't know if it was a little bit quiet because I do have my audio turned down to a pretty low extent. So my apologies if you weren't able to hear that. So I'll just repeat to you what he said at the end if you didn't happen to catch it. He said, quote unquote, my children have inside information. Okay? Just to clarify for everybody watching, if you didn't know, that is illegal. It is illegal to trade in the stock market with inside information. Insider information is illegal. For anybody else, this would be grounds for impeachment. Maybe this is why last week JD Vance said if Watergate happened today, it'd be a 12-hour news story. Because genuinely, the president giving insider information to their children to make business deals and then publicly admitted to it is kind of a modern-day Watergate. And the thing is, it's not even a 12-hour news story. It happens to be a 40-second clip on a TikTok live. Let's go ahead and hop into that first debate. Go ahead and take it away, Ferris. Tell us, why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Well, I've already told you it's because I believe that the Democratic Party is complicit in inciting racial violence.
Oh, okay. What's the argument for that? Wow.
Well, their proxies with the media and their influence in academia have promoted an anti-white regime, an anti-white propaganda campaign.
Really?
Starting in, this goes back decades now, but it really started to ramp up in 2020.
I have a question. The last Democratic president.
Ever since, it seems like they. Hold on, I'm not done. Done. Ever since, they have been sort of on their back feet after this wokeness thing sort of became unpopular. Mm-hmm. But this year, it's sort of kicked up again with the Carmelo Anthony trial.
Gina, thank you for the
where
galaxy.
Now I start to see all over TikTok these black groups, these black activist groups who are just openly celebrating the murder. You see black youths emulating the murder, dancing, mocking Austin Metcalf. This is the kind of stuff that's promoted by the Democratic Party.
Yeah, sure. Can you show me one person that's leading the Democratic Party that promoted that Carmelo Anthony wasn't a murderer? By the way, I'm just asking from your perspective because I just want to clarify. From your perspective, you're saying that Carmelo Anthony was a murderer, and everybody who disagrees is saying that, engage in an anti-white hate, quote unquote, and this is being promoted by the party in of itself. So this is just a question of investigation into your view so I could better understand things from your perspective. Can you please point us towards any politician in the Democratic Party that serves in a public office that has shared similar sentiments to those that you just described?
There's people in academia that I could point to who
Not in academia, in the
are-
Democratic Party, a person holding public office with a Democratic affiliation.
Okay, Stacey Crockett.
Okay,
I'm
who's
sorry,
Stacey Crockett?
Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett. I'm sorry.
Jasmine Crockett? Does she hold office anymore? I thought she lost her primary. No, she does still hold office. Okay, what did she say about it?
I believe her
Oh,
comments.
she
on
lost the
Carmelo
primary
case-
for the Senate race.
She supports Carmelo. What do you mean?
What's that?
I believe she said she supported Carmelo.
I just can I see it just out of curiosity?
Yeah, sure, I can find the quote.
Okay, sounds good. And then after you're able to give this to me, then I'll just give a counter argument. But I'm first just investigating your view. Okay. By the way, I just looked it up and I just found precisely what you're referring to. She said that he killed Carmelo Anthony killed Austin Metcalf with a Swiss Army knife. That's all she said. That's all she fucking said. So I just want to clarify that this
That's
guest
not
is saying
true.
that the
That's not
left is
true.
inciting violence, particularly anti-white violence, because Jasmine Crockett said that Carmelo Anthony killed the other guy with a Swiss Army knife. Here's the
This
first
is
thing that I'll
false.
say in response.
This is a misrepresentation of what she said. Okay,
That's
she
what I
said
found
that
when
her
I just
heart-
looked it up.
She said that her heart breaks for the verdict. She described Anthony as a scared black boy who deserved more mercy.
Okay.
And she said that the outcome was actually indicative of widespread racism.
Yeah.
It was evidence of a broken system.
Yeah, point number one. I think that we could have conversations surrounding the fact that when a white person and a black person are found guilty of the same crime, the black person receives a longer sentence on average. And point number two, I think that there's a lot more nuance to the conversation about Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf beyond, well, is Carmelo Anthony a murderer or is Carmelo Anthony not a murderer? But also, regardless if he is or isn't, did he have fair treatment inside of that courtroom? And was the verdict in alignment with what is typical in similar verdicts as it would relate to white people that engaged in the identical action? The second point that I'll make here is you said, well, the reason why you support Trump as president is because you believe that the left is causing a bunch of racial violence. And then you particularly pointed towards anti-white racial violence. Let's go ahead and clear the air because this is important to do. Our last Democratic president, Joe Biden, was a straight white man. Okay? So for you to say that everybody on the left hates white people while you're talking to a white man running a live stream representing the left with 22,000 viewers with our last president being a straight white man is complete fucking bullshit. No, what you're obfuscating between is the claim that the left hates white people and the claim that the left is a lot more aware of racism as it relates to marginalized communities in this country and the acknowledgement that those marginalized communities do not include white people. And I think that that just makes you mad because maybe from a position of ignorance, attempting to resolve oppression, which would in turn maybe take away some of your privileges, feels like oppression in of itself when that's just simply not the case. The second claim that I'll make here is I think that for you then to turn around and defend Trump and the right as a whole because you're against racial violence is absolutely fucking sick. Jace, thank you for the galaxy. If you were against racial violence, then you'd be against Trump because he depicted a photo of the most two successful black people in the history of this country as monkeys on Truth Social. If you're against racial violence, well, then you'd be against Trump because in the 70s, he refused to rent to black people because of the color of their skin, and then he was sued for it by the DOJ. If you're against racial violence, then you want to support Trump because under him, ICE has been given a directive to use an individual's race as an identifying factor to make a detention on the basis of suspicion of undocumented immigration. And then when we can join that with the fact that they've been making illegal deportations without a day in court for the immigrants with no due process to a place where they're literally getting beaten and tortured in El Salvador, it becomes clear. Okay, if you were against racial violence, you'd be against Trump because now all of a sudden any black person in any professional field is labeled as a DEI candidate that didn't get there because of their qualifications and only got there because of their merit. So as soon as they fuck up, as soon as they make a bad decision, well then in virtue of that fact, there's an issue with the black community as a whole and there's an issue in which we treat the black community as a whole in this country. But when a white person is in a public office and fucks up, maybe like Donald Trump raping a woman and then being called for her to be thrown in jail, all of a sudden there's no issue with white people and god damn it, let's make him the president. I think that you're wrong. I think that the real issue exists on the right as it relates to racial violence. And I think that you're a hypocrite for supporting Trump.
Where do you want to start? Because you just gave a whole litany of different objections there.
I did give a litany of different objections there. And by the way, also, something else, I'll let you respond, then I'll make that point. I've been talking a lot. I was about to go and just make a whole other point, but I'll wait.
Well, I'm asking you, where would you like to start? Which point do you want to hit and touch on in specifically?
Yeah, that it seems to be the case that we see the most racial violence on the right.
What do you mean by that? Do you mean that the right is inciting it, or do you mean that right-wingers are perpetrating it?
I'd say both. We see that the right is inciting racial violence and the right is perpetuating racial violence for the reasons that I already gave you and more. Like, I didn't even go over, like, the systemic downstream disparities of the policy of the right as it relates to members of marginalized community. Like when we ban abortion, the fact that that disproportionately infringes on the human rights of black women, since the main reason why women access abortion is because of financial instability. And there are more black women who are experiencing financial instability compared to white women because of systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath. We didn't go over how that same thing that could also be said about the economic policy we see from the right disproportionately disenfranchising black and brown people. And we didn't go over the fact how the right seemingly doesn't acknowledge any of the issues that exist within the American criminal justice system when 14% of our population, black people, account for 83% of all exonerations.
I mean, far more black and brown people are convicted of these types of crimes to begin with, so obviously they're going to be, there's going to be more exonerations of them. What are you getting at?
So just to clarify, when you hear the stat that 14% of our population accounts for 83% of our exonerations, you don't take an issue with that because, quote unquote, there's going to be more of them in the first places that are convicted of these crimes. Well, the current arrest rate, not even conviction rate, because this doesn't account for exonerations pre or post conviction, would be around 55%. Okay, and then when we account for convictions, it drops even further. When we account for socioeconomic standards, it drops even further. When we account for the over-policing of black and brown neighborhoods, it drops even further. And when we account for innate racial biases in police officers, it drops even further. You should go read the Veil of Darkness study. It's a very interesting dive into the fact that when cops can see the race of a driver in a car, they're around 3 times more likely to pull over a black driver and inspect their vehicle compared to a white driver. But as soon as the sun goes down and they can't identify the race of the driver, those disparities go away. But I think the point I would like you to respond to is just the very simple fact that we see so much racial violence perpetuated by the right in America today and historically. I was able to enumerate and quantify that racial violence. Could you please give it a response?
Well, you said some nonsense about over-policing black and brown communities, which is just ridiculous. I mean, obviously the police are going to be utilized where the crimes are committed, where the crimes are being committed. Otherwise, it would not be an effective use of police resources.
If that was true, then they wouldn't account for 83% of exonerations.
If anything, they're under-policed because of how much crime exists in these areas and continues to exist.
Okay. So do you accept that if we were to even send more police to black and brown neighborhoods, that the exoneration rate of black and brown people would go even higher? More police, more false arrests, more exonerations. Exoneration rate goes up.
That's tautologically true. It's trivially true.
Okay, so you think it's true that it's true that you support a system in which would change that 14% of the population would account for 83% of the population, and
if there's more
now saying that 14% of the population should account for like what 90% of the exonerations? Yeah, bro, that sounds like a good system.
If there's
to me.
more total contacts, it just necessarily follows that there's going to be higher error rates as well.
Yeah, I mean, which is exactly why I make the claim that these communities are over policed, because the error rate is already so incredibly high. You know, here's my claim. I actually don't think that you know anything about politics. I don't think that you know anything about what the Trump administration is doing. I don't think that you're really acquainted with a policy passed by the Trump administration, and you just support them rooted in racism. Go ahead and prove me wrong by naming one bill that Donald Trump has got passed through Congress and signed into law that you support in his second administration.
So you want to pivot topics now?
No, I'm making a point.
Is that true? You're trying to pivot?
No, I'm making a point.
Well, look, I'm actually fairly disappointed in this administration. I mean, there are some good things that have come out of it.
So can you name one policy that they passed through Congress that you support?
It's not a policy, but it's a difference in practice. So
okay, so you just to clarify, can you or can't you name one policy that they passed that you support?
There's been deregulation on the Second Amendment side, which I've appreciated. But
what it?
So
like
yeah,
what? Like the tax stamp on suppressors?
and short barrel rifles, and then FFL practices and whatnot. Yes.
What's an FFL practice?
Federal firearms licensees, deregulation on that front.
You're just saying like the ATF is like approving. You're just saying that the ATF.
Yeah,
faster?
they're not engaged in vindictive actions against federal firearms licensees. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the first claim that I'll make is that seemingly you're telling us that you support a lot of the reforms to the ATF and the big beautiful bill, such as reducing the tax stamps on a suppressor from $200 to $0. But the point that I make B, seemingly you're actually losing out on a lot of money that you're going to save even because of that. Let's say that you were to buy one suppressor a year, which you really don't need to do if the suppressors that you're buying are modular. And all of a sudden you've saved yourself $200, right? Well, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the big beautiful bill is effectively reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, and effectively increasing the price of energy for the average American household by upwards of $500 a year, according to the CBO. So you're definitely losing more than you're gaining there.
Dan, you're pivoting all over the place. Are we talking about racial violence? Are we talking about the Second Amendment deregulations? Or are we talking about the economy? Because
I think the reason why I gave you that response was just to demonstrate that you don't really have any like concrete reason to support Trump. You just have like this loose claim of the left perpetuates racial violence.
Well, look, let me just clarify. Because I see the Democratic Party and its proxies through the media engaged in a anti-white campaign. And
Can you
has
specify
been
this anti-white campaign, like specifically from Democratic politicians?
Why does it have to be specifically from politicians? Most
Because
of them are not
that's the
actually
party.
Progressives. They're actually neoliberals. Okay,
The
their
Democratic Party
constituents are
is
progressives,
constituted.
okay?
The Democratic Party is constituted of we the people that fall within the party, and the only
and they
reason in which
moderate
that is
their
relevant
views,
towards the party would be by the representatives of the party. Like, are you just generally saying that even though the country would have been better off if Kamala Harris had won the election, because you think Democrats are anti-white, you want the country to be worse off so then the non-anti-white people can hold the White House?
I don't even know what you're saying. That is just completely incoherent.
Okay, let me just reduce it down to a simple question.
saying-
Does your argument
what
for
I'm
why
saying.
you support Trump have anything to do with why he was better than the woman he ran against in the last general election?
Yeah, because Kamala Harris is a proxy for this type of behavior. Okay?
What specific type of behavior?
She's in the same camp. She's
What
in the same
specific
camp
type of
as
behavior,
all
please?
these other racial grifters who supported the George
Okay.
Floyd nonsense. Okay,
Yeah.
the Summer of Love.
Wait, I'm
where
so
we
sorry.
just decided
Racial
we could
grifters
just-
think that murdering people because of their race is wrong? I guess I'm a racial grifter.
I'm sorry. What? When did I ever advocate for murder?
You just talked about George Floyd. He was murdered.
No, he wasn't. No,
Oh, really?
No reasonable person would believe he was murdered.
And
He had
why
a
is
lethal
that?
level of various drugs in his system.
That's
the
not
autopsy
true.
reports showed that he had numerous health issues to begin with. All those things cascaded into a major cardiac event for him. Okay,
So you just talked about the autopsy report. Do
Yeah.
you agree that the autopsy report specifically stated that the level of drugs found within his system did not cause him to OD?
that is not what it said. There were lethal levels of various drugs. I'm not going to name them
That's
because
not
last time I
true.
did, I was banned on TikTok.
There were levels
But
of
yeah.
drugs in his system, and those were enumerated and quantified by the autopsy report. But the autopsy report went on to say that these drugs did not kill him. By the way, my evidence is not just the clear text of the autopsy report, but also the fact that his murderer was convicted and sent to jail. If the autopsy report specifically stated that the drugs killed him, it would have been the easiest slam dunk ever for Derek Chauvin's legal representation. But
No,
maybe you
wouldn't
want to
have, 'cause
argue
they were intimidated.
Yeah, maybe you want to argue that all the jurors were intimidated and they just, I don't know, ruled his guilt anyways. Well, then it would have been the easiest slam dunk in the first appeals court or the second appeals court or the third appeals court. Or it would have been the easiest slam dunk with getting enough people to support a pardon for Derek Chauvin because the findings of the autopsy report specifically enumerated that he died from an OD. But that's not true. The autopsy report stated that he did have multiple drugs in his system. However, these drugs did not cause him to overdose. And by the way, this is exactly why Derek Chauvin's legal representation inside of that courtroom never pointed towards the cumulative findings of the autopsy report to generate a statement of fact that George Floyd died from an overdose.
Do you not think that having a lethal amount of various drugs in your system, at the time of his death, and the fact that he had COVID and he had hypertension issues, this guy was not in good health, okay? Doesn't that point to reasonable doubt? And that's all that's needed in order to secure an acquittal, actually, according to the burden of proof.
And because you're wrong, an acquittal was not secured because he didn't have a lethal.
Well,
lethal
no,
level
because
of
the
drugs in his
jury
system.
was wrong. They were incorrect. Okay.
Were the appeals courts wrong too?
Yes.
Oh, they were all wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe that Derek Chauvin was a sacrifice to the sort of the racial equity agenda. Essentially, they wanted to make sure that.
By the way, what are the big reasons
blacks and communists wouldn't riot again and burn everything down again? They were scared of that. Yeah. And they allowed it to happen.
Can I tell you why not everyone agrees with you?
Go on.
Because some of us could actually read. We could read the autopsy report where it states that he didn't die from an overdose.
You didn't address as to whether that's reasonable doubt. You just said
but your claim hinges on a false premise of this being true. If you can listen. If you could read English,
what do you dispute?
Listen,
what fact do you dispute? Did he?
That he had a lethal level of drugs in his system. The autopsy report states in clear language that he did not die from an overdose.
And again, isn't there at least reasonable doubt then?
No, because the autopsy determined that he did not die from an overdose.
That's just nonsense.
Yeah,
that's just
bro.
nonsense.
I know it's you know what, bro? Good point.
Also,
yeah, dude. I know. Yeah. Medical examiners that conducted an autopsy on his body could not possibly know his cause of death. I couldn't agree with you. No, honestly, you're so fucking right. They couldn't. Medical examiners that conducted an autopsy on his body couldn't possibly determine his cause of death. I promise you, that's totally not why autopsies exist. I promise you, that's totally not why medical examiners exist. I promise you, that's totally not why the autopsy was done in his specific circumstance or general in all circumstances. It is totally nonsense to posit that possibly autopsies can determine cause of death. You are so right, bro.
You're just lying, okay? The autopsy, official Hennepin County medical examiner autopsy, did not conclude that George Floyd died from strangulation.
It concluded that he did not die from an overdose, and that he specifically. Wait, you're saying that what did it conclude his cause of death was if it wasn't from strangulation?
Cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression.
So you said a heart attack from neck compression, but not strangulation.
However, there's
so fucking true. He didn't die. Listen, he didn't die from strangulation. He died from a heart attack caused by strangulation. So true, dude.
The report listed significant conditions that contributed to his death. Okay, he had hypertensive heart disease. Okay, intoxication with various hard drugs, which I will not name, and then also he had arteriosclerosis. This guy was in terrible health. Okay, there were no contusions or hemorrhages on his neck. There were no life-threatening injuries to the neck structures themselves. No injuries to the anterior muscles of the neck. So there's actually just no evidence of that, man.
Yeah, no evidence of that.
All of this is just reasonable doubt. It is reasonable doubt. And frankly, there should have been an acquittal on that basis alone.
Hey, dude, do you know how easy it is to cut off somebody's blood supply to their brain by putting pressure on their neck? It's so easy that UFC and MMA fighters do it in matches on the regular. It's so easy that you could go on TikTok and search up John Jones choking Kid out after Kid asks him to, but then as soon as he actually passes out, then John Jones takes the pressure off his neck. So of course there's not going to be quote unquote life-threatening injuries to the structures of his neck, because all that they had to simply do was cut off the blood supply, and which then caused a heart attack. And then he wanted to say, well, he already had heart issues. Okay, yeah, I'm sure the fact that George Floyd had heart issues attributed to the fact that the officer's knee being on his neck caused his death. And that's probably why he was saying for 8.5 minutes that he couldn't breathe. And I don't know. I thought it's probably one of the reasons why it was really reckless of Derek Chauvin to then not take his knee off of his neck, because many individuals do have underlying conditions that could then lead to that outcome. But I want to clarify, it's not the underlying condition that killed George Floyd. It was the knee on his neck that killed George Floyd, according to what you just said per the autopsy. You made the claim that per the autopsy, they did not determine that strangulation was the cause of death. So then I asked you, per the autopsy, what was the concluded cause of death? And then you said, knee on neck caused heart attack. Insanity, bro. Like, I swear, like, you racists are just so fucking stupid. This is such a slam dunk for me.
Racist? Really? That's all you have?
Yeah, bro.
So if you criticize the official narrative on this and point to reasonable doubt, that now you get to just say, oh, well, he's just a racist. That's the extent of what he believes.
Yeah,
really?
Would you like me to specify what makes you a racist? Probably.
Sure, go on. I don't really care.
Is your absolute unwillingness to just open your eyes and read the autopsy report because he's a black man?
Let me ask you this: Are the people in the media racist when they said that whiteness is a disease, or that whiteness was responsible for the lockdowns, or that the national park system is too white and needs to be decolonized, or the great outdoors is too white, or
who in the media said that whiteness is a disease?
Remember when the Smithsonian Institute said
that? Who in the media? Just like clear.
That punctuality
I just have a question of
individualism are white traits.
I just have like a very like simple. I just have like a very simple question. Yeah, what leader of the Democratic Party?
Was a compliment or not?
What leader of the Democratic Party said that whiteness is a disease?
Again, are you this reductive? Like, why do you have to think in these terms? Do you understand the notion of a proxy?
Wait. Like, so I just want to clarify. Somebody went on the television, said that whiteness is a disease. You got your feelings hurt, and that's why you made the rapist that is now calling for the execution of his political opponent's president.
I logged online every day in 2020, and I saw new articles on MSNBC or CNN or Yahoo or whatever other woke site talking about how whiteness is a problem. Okay?
Bro, I'm just asking you for who these thought leaders are.
About how it's a problem. Okay?
I'm doing is I'm asking you for who these Democratic thought leaders are. Which Democratic thought leader said that whiteness is a disease?
Well, I've already told you my views on what Jasmine Crockett have said. I mean, she's gone on her tirades against white men and whatnot in the past. I mean. So I
asked you about a specific quote that you just made unrelated to Jasmine Crockett. You just said, oh, Dean, how do you feel about Democratic thought leaders saying that whiteness is a disease? Who said that?
Did you not hear what I said earlier, Dean? Okay, like most of these people are neoliberals. They're moderating their views. Like it's part of their cabinet. It's part of their establishment. Those are the people with the real radical views, the progressive.
So you're just kind of like pointing towards like some fucking randoms. You're saying, listen, bro, I agree with you. We could definitely find some fucking random that says all white people needs to die. 110%. 110%. If you and me sat down, got some fucking, Mountain Dews and started shutting out for 12 hours scrolling on X all night, we could definitely find some reposted screenshot from like some Republican on Twitter of some fucking 14-year-old saying that all white people need to die with like no likes and 2 views. Like 110%, bro. But here's what I would say. In the same way, here's what I'd say. We see systemic violence. We see systemic calls for violence backed by institutional power on the right. What you won't be able to find on the left is a politician that is actively calling for the execution of their political opponents, like Trump did to the 6 Democrats in Congress. What you won't be able to find on the left is a politician that actively celebrates the deaths of their political opponents, like Trump did with Rayner and Mueller. What you won't be able to find on the left is a politician like Trump, okay, who actively uses prerogative terms to describe his political opponents to then like upset the voter base, to then just get them to vote for him because of propaganda, such as Donald Trump labeling all undocumented immigrants escapees from mental institutions, prisons, and asylums. Also, not to mention that you claim to be a Trump supporter, but you can't name one policy that he's passed that you supported. You claim to be a Trump supporter.
I already told you. He's passed some deregulation on the Second Amendment side, and then also.
Yeah, bro. Then I had to specify what
is at the
what
border.
what that deregulation
Specifically
was, and then B, what bill that deregulation was in. You know, you just said something about the border. Let me ask you about systemic violence here.
That not all government
do you
practices
support
are through bills and through policies like
specifically the deregulation to the Second Amendment that you named was like the deregulation to the tax stamp for the suppressors was in the big beautiful bill. And also, you just said that you support some of his practices at his borders. Do you support his practices at the borders that perpetuate systemic violence, like Donald Trump deporting people with no due process, or unconstitutionally attempting to strip birthright citizenship?
100 million illegal aliens in the country, according to Greg Bovino, who was leading the ICE operations in Minneapolis, or the Border Patrol operations in Minneapolis. Yes, there's 100 million people in the country that should not be in the country at the very least.
Okay.
And they need to go. Yeah, we have to get rid of due process. If due process existed for those people, then it would take hundreds of years to get them out. Okay.
Yeah, 2 points.
Yeah, this is an existential issue, actually.
2 points I'm going to make you look really fucking stupid on. First, give evidence that there are 100 million undocumented immigrants in America in consideration of the fact that the U.S. Census Bureau under Trump, as well as Pew Research Center, estimates that there's 14 million undocumented immigrants in America.
Yeah, that number is 25 years old. They've been saying 14 million.
That's the number as of
since
200 of 2025. What's your evidence that there's 100 million undocumented immigrants in this country?
Yeah, they've been saying that since 2000.
Yeah, bro. Also not true.
Since the year 2000, that there's been 10 or 15 million illegals.
Yeah,
in the
bro.
country.
Also not true.
Okay?
Now, what's your evidence that there's 100 undocumented immigrants in America?
Biden alone. Biden alone let in 7 million.
That's cool. Now, what's your evidence that there's 100 million undocumented immigrants in America?
Greg Bovino says that there's 100 million. I don't know if it's actually that
so
high.
you're just gonna trust the word of mouth of somebody that was fired by Trump.
Yeah, I will. Actually, he seems like a stand-up guy. Actually, I like his views.
Okay. So in other words, you don't have any evidence. I have a question. Do you trust the word of mouth of the 40 plus of women that have accused Donald Trump of raping them?
On the ground.
Do you trust the 40 plus women that have accused Donald Trump of raping them?
No, because that's all nonsense.
Okay. So what's the difference between you trusting one person's word of mouth and another person's word of mouth?
Wait, because Dean, E. Jean Carroll was a psycho. I'm not gonna get vulgar here, but she was a psycho person. Okay.
Why?
There was no physical evidence of that.
Oh, wait, so you're saying that you don't trust her because there's no evidence? Okay, what's the physical evidence to corroborate Greg Bovino's claim that there's 100 million undocumented immigrants in America?
He was actually on the ground.
Okay, this is not explaining evidence, the physical evidence to corroborate the allegation.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
I want you to give, in the same way you told us that you don't believe E. Jean Carroll because you don't have physical evidence to corroborate her allegation. Thereby, you shouldn't believe Greg unless you have physical evidence to corroborate his allegation.
You call Trump a rapist off the basis of no physical evidence.
Yeah, bro, and I think I have evidence for it.
Yeah. No, you don't.
And I could I absolutely do have evidence for it.
Why don't you tell me about it, just for curiosity's sake?
Yeah, sure, bro. As soon as you give the physical evidence to corroborate Bovino's claim that you believe. It's not pivot now.
Regardless of whether it's 20 million, 50 million, or 100 million. Okay. And yeah, this is very difficult to compile, actually. Yeah. Okay. That's the point. That's why they're illegal. That's why they're undocumented. I know you use the euphemism undocumented, Dean. Okay.
Hey,
that actually makes them really difficult to track. Okay.
Yeah, next question. Okay, since you're now seemingly conceding that 100 million figure, next question. If we don't give undocumented immigrants due process, well then how do we determine who's an undocumented immigrant? Because that would take a process.
Well, I mean,
one might call it a due process.
I mean, there's a pretty simple way to verify citizenship. I don't know why you're...
So you're saying that there's a process to verify citizenship? Would you say that this process is due to everybody that we would suspect to be an undocumented immigrant?
When they talk about due process, Dean, when they talk about due process, they're talking about
Fourth
these
and 14th Amendment
elongated-
constitutional rights.
They're talking about these elongated, drawn-out court hearings with multiple appeals and lawyers and whatnot just to secure a single deportation. It's like, that's
Wow,
not
holy dude, you're
sufficient for
actually
what we
lost.
need.
You're actually lost. You don't even
Okay.
know what expedited removal is for undocumented immigrants that were found within 50 miles of the border. That's not even true, bro. There's not
Yeah,
one
I'm
due
talking about
process for
interior-
removal.
We're talking about interior.
That's not one
okay?
due. There's no one due process for undocumented immigrants. Okay, so do you just think that we
understand,
should
yeah.
abolish the 4th and 14th Amendment of the Constitution then?
I don't think that they should apply to illegal aliens.
Okay, well it does. So therefore, should we just abolish the 4th and 14th Amendment and rewrite them to only apply to citizens?
I'm sorry, I don't know what did I just get some kind of warning? from
Apparently
TikTok?
you did, bro. Gotta kick you. We have a 10-minute restriction for everybody hanging out with us. The viewership's probably going to dip down to around 16 to 17,000 in the next 10 minutes, but then it'll bounce right back up. That's how we do it. Hey, I guess right before the viewership dips down, I wanted to make this call out real quick before we head on to the next guest. I know that I spoke at length yesterday about how the amount of trolls that we get on these live streams, I've been seriously making me reconsider what I think is best fit for the future of these streams. And the sense is there may be another like content schema that I could use to change minds and advocate for progressivism, like quitting the live streams because of the trolls, and then refocusing in on long form videos on YouTube and short form videos on TikTok and Instagram. A couple of you guys had clipped that, posted it. I mean, a lot of people started engaging with that content, and there was so much hate directed at Mar and Liv. I'd like to clarify this, folks. Please don't hate on Mar and Liv. The issue is not any one individual person. In fact, the issue, like I would say, isn't specifically Mar, because like, to be honest, I absolutely played into her joining the streams and trolling. That's why you could find clips of me obviously joking around with her. So please don't turn around, DM, harass, and be incredibly rude to these people who have joined the stream to troll that you know of, because the clips that they've posted of it have gone quite viral. Both Mar and Liv, over the course of the last 24 hours, I've gotten DMs from people telling them to self-unalive. I've gotten DMs from people saying that they're actually going to come find them and kill them. DMs from people saying if Dean quits his streams, we're going to unalive you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Listen, I mean, everything that I said yesterday, it seems like we're not getting as many trolls today, which is good, which is super good. But do not go to like these creators who have gained some notoriety based on what we talk about on live and them coming up here and trolling us, and direct all of your frustration at them. Please. Okay? Please don't do that. Please don't do that. It's fucked up. Listen, as somebody that's been in the public spotlight for a long time and has dealt with a lot of controversy in my time, some controversy in good faith, aka I deserved it because I did something wrong, and some controversy in bad faith, just people being chronically online losers. Okay? I know how incredibly impactful it is to have so many people coming at you on the internet, to have people DMing you, to have people attacking you, to have people saying the worst things ever to you, to have people trying to find you, people trying to find your family. These are all things that I've lived with over the course of the last couple of years. And I just hate to see these same types of messages being directed at these people and like a microcosm based on what I said on my live stream yesterday. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? So just please don't do it. Sorry, man, I wasn't talking to you. How old are you?
I'm under the age of 18, but I just wanted to ask you a couple questions
Skylar,
before you kick.
I appreciate you so much for being honest, and I also appreciate you so much for being curious. I think that's really important. Be curious, stay curious, continue to explore. And I think by the time you're a voter, you'll be on a good page. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could follow the rules of the live stream. In the meantime, y'all make sure that you are double tapping away in that phone screen of yours and sharing out this live with a handful of friends while we're trying to find the next guest, everybody. But seriously, please don't troll. Nancy, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie!
Yeah, but it's like that shit right there. Like, it's just honestly not cool, dude. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up inside of the box. Only, like, I hope it doesn't take another hour and a half to find a Trump supporter like it did yesterday. But thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you.
Hi, Dean. I want Choosing.
Dog, thank you so much for the galaxy as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. On Super Chat, thank you for the $10. Rolf, thank you so much. That is ROLF. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Show some love to Rolf down below. On Venmo, thank you so much, Brandon, for the $4. I appreciate you. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Clover, thank you for the $3. And I appreciate you for your kind words, Clover. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Chloe, thank you so much for the motorcycle. Okay, that guest left. Yo, Joe, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Joe. While we're looking for that next Trump supporter to load up into that box, please show some massive love to Joe down below. He says, cardiopulmonary arrest is strangulation. If it was a heart attack, it would be cardiac arrest. Sorry, Joe, I'm not a medical health professional. Appreciate you for that call out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Joe, thank you so much for another $20 donation as well, listing around 10 mass shootings on set by racially motivated violence. I appreciate you so much for that, Joe. You are awesome, dude. Thank you for the $40 in total. Let's get 400 Joe W's. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
Cool, dude. What year were you born in?
2007.
All right, sounds good, bro. Let me go ahead and just thank a couple more people, and then the mic and the floor will be yours. First and foremost, Natalie, I really appreciate you for the $40 donation on Venmo. That is very kind of you. Natalie with the 40 says, F anybody who doesn't think Floyd was killed. POSs make stupid claims that genuinely irks me and convinces me that people do support Trump solely because of racism, and it's disgusting. No, absolutely, some people do. And specifically, the arguments against the claim that George Floyd was murdered are just so idiotic, and hopefully I was able to expose that in the last debate. I appreciate you for the $40, Natalie. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you very, very much. Same thing to Tanner. Thank you so much for the $15, who says, just remember, we're still waiting on Charlie Kirk's toxicology and autopsy report. Therefore, he passed away from a drug overdose. Yes! Yes! If they get to say that Floyd OD'd, we get to say that Kirk OD'd. There's literally just as much evidence to support those two claims. Thank you so much, Madeline, for the $1. Then Asia, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Asia. I appreciate you so much. And I'm so happy that the live streams made you realize that you're not weird or odd for having passion. I love that, Asia. That's awesome. Vera, thank you so much for the $48 donation on Venmo. God damn, Vera. That is VERA. Thank you so much, Vera. Vera with a $48 says, thank you for making my workday 100 times less boring. Well, thank you for being here, and I really hope that you enjoy the debates. You are the GOATs. Thank you for the love. And then Fassi, thank you for the $10. Happy 4th, bro. Helen, thank you for the $10. I've never considered being an auctioneer. Thank you for the question. And with all that being said, we're caught up on Venmo for now. A couple more people to thank on PayPal, but honestly, I'm just going to pass the mic to the guests so they can tell us why they're MAGA. I'm going to work those thank yous into the debate. Go ahead. Take it away. Tell us why you happen to support Trump.
I mean, like, where do I start, bro? Like,
oh, what time is it?
You said what?
What time is it?
5 p.m.
What state are you in?
Florida.
What specific time is it? Oh, wait. It
it's
wouldn't
gonna
even
be 5.
be... Yeah, bro, that would be 6:26 p.m. You're banned, dude. You're actually banned, bro. Let's go to get that next guest connected. You're actually totally banned, bro. Oh, we got a LARP on this stream. This person's name is Don't Tread on Me. Let's go to get him up here. Hell yeah. By the way, for everybody tuning in, let me know how your day's been so far. Good to see you all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Cry about it, nigger.
I'm over here.
All right. We're going to ban him and move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. That's actually a really good response to what that last guest was arguing about the left being like into racial violence. Okay, well then explain why like a billion times a day we have people joining just shouting and screaming the N-word. Thank you so much, Tina, for the leopard. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Tina. Show some love to Tina in that chat for the leopard. That's very kind of you. We got Chloe loading up. Miss SJ, thank you for the $35 on PayPal. And Alexis, thank you for the $35 as well. Thank you guys so much. SJ didn't attach a message, and Alexis says, thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping others to see the facts. Well, Alexis, I try my best day in and day out. You know I love what I do, though. Thank you so much, Alexis and SJ. Please show some love to Alexis and SJ down below in that chat. Thank you guys so much. Welcome in, Chloe. Do you support Trump?
My name's Rosemary.
Okay, Rosemary. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. But I do want to say my cousin is here too, and she's also she supports Trump. So is it okay if like we can both debate you?
Yeah. Are you British?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What time is it?
It is 28 past 6.
What time? What state are you in?
South Carolina.
Oh wow, that's a random one. What's the capital of South Carolina?
It's Columbia.
Damn, you were right. Can you name one restaurant in South Carolina?
There's this one barbecue shop. Flip. Bro, what's that barbecue shop saying again? Hello? I really can't tell you, dude. We use Uber.
What's one state that borders South Carolina?
Sorry?
What's one state that borders South Carolina?
One state that borders?
Yeah.
North Carolina, obviously.
How about another one?
Georgia.
Listen, bro. I don't know if I believe you.
I promise you.
Hi, bro.
I'm
I
American,
believe. I believe you. Did you like immigrate from anywhere else?
Yeah, from Australia to America.
Okay, I guess I'll tentatively believe you. I think that your argument will definitely flesh out how familiar you are with American politics. And if you're from Australia, you probably want to be that familiar.
Probably.
So that's fine. I'll believe you preemptively. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
So probably his immigration. I know how you feel about that. But what I personally believe in is that obviously stronger borders make it harder for people to enter the country legally, which I agree with. It reduces drug smuggling, which obviously is good, as well as I think it also reduces the chances for like competition for jobs for actual U.S. citizens.
Okay. So you think that it reduces job competition for citizens? Well, do you agree that if your hypothesis was true, that it reduced job competition for citizens, then it'd be easier for Americans to get jobs, and if it would be easier for
Yeah.
Americans to get jobs, and then there'd be more Americans employed?
Well, yeah, because we are struggling with poverty.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. So what refutes your argument is the fact that the unemployment rate for Americans has only gone up since the start of Donald Trump's second administration, meaning that it's actually been harder for Americans to get jobs. So you're wrong. Parker just sent me a text. He says, somebody just called me Dean in person. LMAFO, please. I knew that this was going to happen someday. Bro, I'm so fucking sorry, Parker. I'm so fucking sorry, Parker. But anyways, listen, can you guess? Can you please respond to the last argument I gave you?
Sorry, can you repeat yourself?
Yeah, bro, you said you support Trump deportation because it gives more job opportunities to Americans. You couldn't be further from the truth. The unemployment rate for Americans has only gone up since the start of his second administration. We had the worst jobs report in 20 years last year, ignoring recessions. We had the most layoffs since a pandemic, and things are only getting worse for the working class. So your claim that Donald Trump's immigration policy is making things better off for the American labor force is wrong.
But what about like the drug smuggling and everything? Because what
I know, bro, you made more than one point, but I specifically either want you to concede the point that you made about the economy or give me a rebuttal to the point that you made about the economy. And then as soon as we're able to put a lid on that argument, then we'll move on to the next point.
Okay, then what about the lower taxes?
Hi, bro. Well, according to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, taxes are effectively higher for the average American making at or under $51,000 per year. So you're also wrong there.
But like the taxes are lower, right? From 35% to 21%. And obviously the lower the taxes, the more that workers take home their paycheck.
No, that's also the corporate tax rate. That's not true about the corporate tax rate. In fact, when we tax corporations higher, they're only more incentivized to reinvest more back into their business, aka paying their employees more, because what they expense on their business is written off from their taxes. In fact, when you reduce the corporate tax rate, you only further incentivize business owners to extract more profit from that company, leaving less incentive to reinvest more back into higher wages for their employees.
But like, doesn't that like increase like job opportunities? Because like I was about to say, so my family, they own a business, and obviously, so now we pay less tax. So with the less tax that we pay, you can like invest more into the business and everything. And won't that like increase job opportunities?
I don't believe that. I don't think that you're from America because you don't understand how the American taxes work for businesses.
Yeah, but I told you I immigrated.
Okay.
To America.
Well, okay, then I'll just try to like educate you on this. This point's very clear. So the corporate tax rate that only applies to the profit of a business, not the revenue, to the profit. All expenses for that business are written off and deducted from your taxable income. So no, in fact, reducing the corporate tax rate does not leave businesses with more money to invest in that business because quote unquote business investments are write-offs that you are not taxed on.
But like I got all my sources from the Trump White House archive, and like it was basically and my family told me to like go look at my resources there because they said with all the
friend,
voting and everything.
My friend, the last argument I gave you is not up to debate. It's not up to debate. It's a fact. It's not a partisan claim. It's not an opinion. It is a fact that the corporate tax rate does not apply to the corporate business expenses. Have you ever heard of a business write-off before?
Yes.
What's a business write-off?
A business write-off is basically what? Okay, wait, my friend said she wants to talk to you about the abortion.
I would like... Yeah. But I want
No,
your
no.
explanation first. What's a business write-off? Also, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Wait, are you born in?
2007.
Cool, bro. I believe you. Listen, for everybody in the chat saying she's under 18, you don't have any evidence of that. I just haven't
Guys,
asked her her
I
age.
promise you, all hands on
Yeah,
the
I
Bible.
looked through her
I'm
account. There's
over
no
18.
evidence of that. Okay, so tell me before you pass the phone to your friend, what's a business write-off?
I would assume that it's like when a business has to write off like expenses or whatever.
And what are they writing those expenses off from?
Shit, I don't know, bro.
They're taxes. So think about it this way.
Okay, yeah.
Think about it this way. There's a company that last year made $1 million. Okay?
Okay.
But their cost of doing business, producing the goods that they sell, actually exceeded $1 million. Their cost of doing business was $1.5 million. Do you think that it would make any sense to tax them on the $1 million that they made in revenue?
Holy.
No,
crap,
it wouldn't.
bro.
Because they
No.
because that revenue that they made, that just paid for their cost of doing business. So they're not actually leaving that fiscal year with any money. In fact, they lost $500,000 in that fiscal year. So the way that taxes work for businesses in America is they don't apply to your business expenses. Okay? Your business expenses are deductible from your taxes. So earlier when you were telling us that the corporate tax rate going down will give businesses more money to reinvest, well, no. Because the money that a business reinvests is classified as a business expense. Taxes don't apply to business expenses.
I didn't know that.
Now you do.
Holy
I'm happy that I could educate you on that.
Yeah, thank you. And also, I just wanted to confirm, is it true, like, with Trump being sexually violent and everything? Because
yeah, he boasted about sexual exploitation by barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at them while they had no clothes on. A civil court held him liable for raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. His name is mentioned in the Epstein files over 1 million times, as well as he was credibly accused by a victim of Epstein's in the Epstein files of being trafficked from the Big E to the Big T.
Can I at least have like one source of any of the things that you mentioned?
Yeah, bro, you absolutely can. So here's the first thing that I'll show you. This is actually just going to be the jury verdict form in of itself, where they held him liable for sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll. And while I'm showing you this, I'll also just quickly play you the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence.
Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is
doctor,
good.
you're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Holy, I didn't know that. Wow.
So have we changed your mind on Trump?
100%. Like at first, I didn't really know with everything that you educated me on, but I do not believe in a sexual predator being in such high power.
Good.
Okay.
I'm really
It is my
happy that we're able to
cousin.
change your mind.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dean. And my cousin, she wanted to speak to you about abortion.
Yeah, throw her on. Also, Matt, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars on Super Chat. I got that taken care of for you. Thank you for letting me know. Shout out to Matt. Appreciate you. They just asked me to ban somebody in the YouTube chat that was spamming homophobic slurs. Got him for you. Hello. How old are you?
Hi, Dean. I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
February.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Yeah, you said that you wanted to debate me on abortion?
Yeah, so I would say
can do
I'm
that.
kind of like aligned with the Christian values,
Can I ask you a question?
but Of course, yeah.
Okay, do you think that abortion should be banned in the circumstances of rape?
Um, I I I think so, yeah.
Do you mind if I ask you a very simple follow-up question?
Yeah.
If you need my kidney to live, should the government be able to force me to give it to you?
No.
So if the
No.
government shouldn't be able to force me into providing you with my bodily resources, why should they be able to force rape victims into providing fetuses their bodily resources?
I just kind of feel like that's like not the same. Like
Sure, what's the difference?
one is a life and the other one is just an organ. You
Oh
understand?
no. The fetus is being compared to you, right? Not the kidney that I'd be giving you, right?
Oh, okay.
So once again, I'll just repeat the analogy. You said that I shouldn't be forced to give you my bodily resources if you need them to live. So then why should rape victims be forced into providing their bodily resources to fetuses to keep the fetus alive? The fetus is analogous to you. The bodily resources of the rape victim are analogous to my kidney, and the rape victim is analogous to me. What's the difference?
Okay, wait, that's actually low-key a good point.
It is. It is a really good point.
Yeah, I don't think I have. Wait, that's actually really good, bro. I don't
Do you
think I have
promise
an
that you're
argument
actually
for it.
19?
Yeah.
You sound pretty young. Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, I get that a lot.
All right. Well, listen, I hope you take that good point. I hope that it changes your mind.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on now because I'm just a little hesitant on if
Thank
you're...
you, Dean. Like, actually, thank you. You really like opened my mind on this. Like, I
Yeah.
promise you, actually, like, thank you so much.
Yeah, listen, that's why we do what we do. So I appreciate y'all for coming up, and I hope that the
Like,
two of
can
you
you
guys
please
have a good
like
rest of your
not
day.
like ban us or anything? Because I like want to continue watching your live and just
Yeah.
be more
We
educated.
actually
I
wanna
won't
watch
I
your
won't
stuff.
ban you. I won't ban you. Thanks for coming up, and you have a good one, okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dean.
Yeah, you take care. I love that. Listen, that's exactly why these live streams exist. We are starting the live stream off well. That's why we do what we do. We were able to change two minds in one. That's a great outcome. That's a great outcome. I actually have got to get somebody up here real quick. They're not going to stay up here for
Hi,
too
Dean.
long.
I have
Hi.
a. I have.
Oh, hi Hazel. I'm actually not going to run it back with you. I'm actually not.
No,
I'm not
no.
bringing it to
It's.
debate
I
you.
actually want you to debate somebody else for me. His name is
Oh.
Jadon. He's in the queue with. He's been wanting to debate you for a while. That's why
Sure.
I got on was because I want you to debate him. His name is
Sure.
Jadon.
Jadon?
Yeah, he told me that he was like eighth whenever he was like the eighth person in, and he's been waiting for a while.
What's his profile picture look like?
I think it's like an AI picture of him. He's black, and I think there's like a flag behind him.
Jaden. There we go. All right, yeah, I found him.
Okay.
Hazel, there's actually a reason why I brought you up. Can I tell you what it is?
Hold on, wait, give me 1 sec. I have to turn you up.
Okay.
What's up?
So I know that you like run with that little I'll be nice. I'm not going to call them all idiots. I know that you run with a group of Republicans on TikTok. You're familiar with Country Revival.
Yeah. I
gotta-
actually, yeah.
you
weren't
gotta
in
get him
that
in here,
live?
Hazel.
I saw you were in that live earlier today.
Yeah, you got to get him in here, Hazel. You got to help us out here.
I'll talk to him about it. But
Yeah,
also,
bro.
real quick, I wanted to say I appreciate you for saying what you said about Mar and clearing that up because it was really bothering me that she was getting all those threats. And so I appreciate you actually saying something.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I won't lie. But listen, let me know what the efforts are, please. I'm really trying to debate your friend, Country Revival. He's been running from me. And thanks for coming up. Go try to get him to debate me. For those watching, if you're curious why I'm talking to these like Republicans that have like these mini little platforms on TikToks and do debates, it's because I'm actually trying to find people that might know more than the average fucking random that joins in. You know what I mean? I'm trying to find people who claim to be on the right, claim to be victors of truth, and like dedicate time on a daily basis into researching their positions. So that's why I had Hazel up. That's why I was asking Hazel to try to get her other friend up here. That's why I'm like jumping through all of these hoops to get these Republicans up here. It's because I want to debate people that hold strong by their convictions and think they know why. Jaden, welcome in.
Yo, what's up? First off, just want to say thank you to Hazel for getting me up here.
You
I was
support
just
Trump?
hoping I was hoping we could have a discussion about abortion.
About abortion.
Yeah.
Always about abortion. Chat, what do you think? Let me know. Let's run a poll. Let's run a poll in the chat. Let's run a poll in that chat. Yo, give it a big smiley face for yes, big little frowny face for no, starting now. If you're on YouTube, it'll just be a yes for yes and a no for no. Unfortunately, you guys don't get the cool emoji polls like TikTok does. Let's see. The polls running on YouTube and TikTok. While that poll's running, I'm actually just going to take a moment to thank a couple people here on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $60, Brittany. I really fucking appreciate you. Thank you so very much for that love. Let's get 600 Brittany W's. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate you. Hey, Dean, would you consider sharing my niece's GoFundMe on my TikTok? She has Mobius syndrome and was denied funding to support she desperately needs. Listen, what I want you to do, Brittany, I want you to join my Discord. I want you to open up a moderation ticket, and I want you to share your GoFundMe with them, share some information with them so they could validate it, because there's a chance that we'd actually be able to get that GoFundMe up in the Helping Hands page on my Discord. We allow people to like share their GoFundMes when they're in need, given that it's for good causes, and I'd highly recommend going through those efforts, as well as Mar. I appreciate you. I'll keep it to myself, Mar. Mar says, I just wanted to thank you myself. Your platform is big enough to actually have a reach and stop this bullying. Still watch the streams even if I'm not trolling. I really do love the streams, and I'm glad to know that they'll be continuing. Well, Mar, listen. Yeah, I know that you heard what I said earlier. I know that you're familiar with what I talked to your mom about. I was informed about all of the DMs that you've been getting over the course of the last 24 hours, and I just really felt bad. So I'm hoping that that's able to help reduce some. Okay, it looks like the yeses outwon the no's on TikTok by a pretty significant degree on YouTube. It was a pretty split verdict with 55% versus 45%. So we will kick off a conversation, but we're probably going to keep it a little bit shorter, and we're not going to have this dialogue running on for hours, okay? I'm going to thank a couple more people, and then the mic and the floor will be yours on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Rolf, for the $50. Thank you so much for that love and support, Rolf. Let's get 500 Rolf W's. Rolf didn't leave a message in chat, just sent that love. Know that I appreciate you. That is a shit ton of money. Same thing to Annie. Thank you so much for the $20. Who says that is a South African accent, not an Aussie accent. Honestly, I can never fucking tell the difference. I appreciate you, though. Thank you so much, Annie. And then Virginia, thank you for the $20. Who says, folks like the person in the YouTube chat who is spamming slurs should be permanently banned after saying that first disgusting word. Don't expect them to stop. Yeah, we got him banned. I appreciate you for the $20. And then Rolf with another $100 donation. Damn, Rolf. My God, dude. You all have been so kind today. Let's get 1,000 Rolf W's, dude. What the fuck? I don't deserve a penny of that, bro. I thank you, Rolf. Rolf with 100 says, thank you for putting so much effort into educating quote-unquote less fortunate Americans. Listen, we tried to do our very, very best here to change some minds. There's still some people I have to thank on Vimeo. I'm going to go to allow the guest to have the mic to make his argument, and then we'll work him in. First, guest, I just kind of have a simple question for you. Do you make a rape exception?
I do not.
Yikes, bro, Chacho. All right, we're just going to run the age-old. If you need my bodily resources to live, do you think that the government should be able to force me into providing them to you?
No, but I think in this case, there's going to be a difference in the efficient cause, right? Because there's going to be a difference between the initiation of a fatal sequence of events and then the failure to prevent a fatal sequence of events. And it's the case that wait, let me just finish this point, right? So it's the case that, if, you ask for my kidney, or rather, you ask for my kidney for you to survive. It's the case that the reason why you would unalive would not be because I failed to, give you the kidney. Rather, it would be derivative on your condition, your pathology. Right, but in the case that a woman gets the abortion, she takes that RU486, the combination of mifepristone and misoprostol. It's the case that the abortion is going to be the efficient cause of the death of the fetus.
All right, bro. When you want to say that in the future, you could very easily reduce that down to saying, Dean, the difference between the scenario that you just gave me and a rape victim accessing abortion is that in one scenario, the rape victim is actively causing the death of the fetus by revoking the access to the bodily resources that the fetus already had, and you're not because you haven't given me your kidney yet. Sounds good. All right. So therefore, we're just going to revise the question. Do you know Max Irby is?
No.
All right, bro. He's a 15-year-old. He needs a stem cell transplant or he's going to die. His stem cell type is very, very, very rare. His dad has collected over 40 million DNA samples from a bunch of people across the country. And so far, they've come up empty-handed with a match. What does this mean? If there is a match alive, there's probably only one. Let's assume that tomorrow The government finds out that I am Max Irby's only match. And in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping, they send masked men in to sedate me, kidnap me, and then they take me to a small little holding cell on the other side of the country, away from my family and friends, away from my life, away from my job, away from everything that makes me happy. And they keep me in this dark little room. And then I wake up connected to Max Irby via an IV cord. And they tell me, Dean, you are connected to Max Irby now, and you are in the active process of giving him some of your stem cells to save his life. This process to save his life and make him independent from you is going to take 9 months. Dean, you could technically stand up and walk out that door, go back to everything that you know, go back to everything that you love, go back to everything that makes you happy, and relinquish this exhaustive cost of being actively detained in this center. But if you do disconnect that IV cord from Max, Max would die. Do you think that I should retain the legal right to walk out of that room and go back to my happy life that I was kidnapped and forced away from?
Yeah, so very quickly, I just want to say this is pretty much the exact same case, right? So it's the case that if it were the case that you disconnected, in this case, it would still be the case that his death would be derivative on his condition, right? The lack of the stem cells. So just because you'd be failing to save someone, it wouldn't follow that you initiated the fatal sequence of events.
All right,
the fatal
cool, bro.
sequence of events, the fatal sequence of events was initiated, or it was derivative on his pathology, right? Needing the stem cells, and it's the case that you connect, that rather you disconnecting doesn't initiate that.
Okay. So therefore, when a woman that is pregnant, particularly a rape victim, refuses to provide their bodily resources to the fetus, quote unquote, disconnects the bodily resources, well, then the death of the fetus is actually just downstream of the condition of the fetus not being able to live without the bodily resources. Therefore, that obligation/blame couldn't be placed on the rape victim that got that abortion.
Yeah, so that's false, right? Because the reason why the fetus dies in the case of the abortion, right, is going to be derivative on the abortive procedure, right? Because at T1 we have a situation where the fetus is, alive and thriving, and then derivative on the abortion happening. That's what initiates the fatal sequence of events, right?
Okay.
So it would kind of be like,
So
it would kind of.
So
be
you're
like,
equivocating here because you're saying
No, I'm
as it
not.
relates to the scenario about Max Irby, what initiates the fatal sequence of events is the fact that Max Irby has a dependency on your stem cells, and without him he'll die. Thereby, you're not initiating that fatal sequence of events by disconnecting from him. Okay, well those same facts are true mirrored onto the fetus. So if you would argue that like an abortion pill, for instance, would cause the fatal sequence of events that would lead to the death of the zygote, because if you didn't engage in that action, then the fetus would have later lived. Well, we just simply mirror that and say the same thing about Max Irby, because in both scenarios, it is true that if left untouched, both the fetus and Max Irby will live. And it is true in both scenarios that when you are actively touching the scenarios by disconnecting the bodily resources from the fetus or disconnecting the IV from you that's connected to Max, both the fetus and Max are dying. There's no meaningful distinction between these two scenarios. If the action of the abortion pill that cuts off the supply of progesterone through the umbilical cord, thereby starving the fetus to death, is the initiating factor of the sequence of events that leads to the death of the fetus, then pulling that IV cord out of your arm as it relates to Max Irby is also that same initiating factor.
Yeah, so this is false, right? I actually say that this is a false equivalence on your part, right? Because in the case with Max Irby, right, it's the case that he needs these stem cells, and it's the case that he's already unaliving, right? But then you've been hooked up to...
No, that's not true.
Isn't that what you said? You said he needs the stem cells.
The hypothetical doesn't start with him needing your stem cells. And you having no connection to Max Irby. The hypothetical starts with you waking up in a room, being connected to Max Irby, and being told that if you disconnect, he's going to die because he needs what you're providing to him through the IV cord. That's the starting point of the hypothetical. I made this very specific revision after you gave me this as a symmetry breaker between the question that I asked you about supplying you a kidney.
Yeah. So I got that point. So let's just go back to the hypothetical, right? So you're saying that it's the case that you're already connected to Max Irby, and it's the case that if you disconnect. Okay, so in this case, right, he's needing stem cells, correct?
Mm-hmm. Just like the fetus needs the bodily resources of the mother.
Okay, so it's the case that if you were to disconnect from Max Irby, right, his death is going to be derivative on his needing the stem cells. Rather, it's going to be derivative.
It's going to be derivative of you disconnecting the IV cord that is supplying him the stem cells. Because of his condition.
That's false. Well, no, that's false. Because if it's the case that if you disconnect from Max Irby, that's just going to be a failure to prevent the death of Max Irby, right?
But disconnect from Max Irby, that's going to be a failure to prevent the death of Max Irby. Therefore, when you disconnect from the fetus, it's going to be a failure to prevent the death of the fetus.
Yeah, that's false. It's going to be an enabling of the death of the fetus.
Okay, then disconnecting from Max Irby by getting that IV cord out of your arm is enabling the death of Max Irby, because if you didn't do it, then he would have lived. Like, I would assume the reason why you'd argue here. I just want to clarify. Is the reason why you're arguing that an abortion pill for a victim of rape enables the death of the fetus is because if she didn't take that abortion pill, then the fetus would have lived. Is that your position?
No, it's not necessarily
Okay.
counterfactual.
So then what
No, because
is like
it's not-
the one
it's-
or two sentence description of why specifically the abortion pill for a rape victim enables the death of the fetus? I want a very crystal clear a description of why that claim is true.
Okay. For why it's the case that a rape victim getting an abortion constitutes a killing?
Specifically the abortion pill, which then starves the fetus to death by denying it access to the bodily resources of the woman. What is the very crystal clear, succinct explanation of why that enables the death of the fetus?
Yeah, well, the reason why it's going to be an enabling, right, is because it's going to be a prevention, or rather a blocking of that which would sustain the fetus.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
These stem cells that are being provided to Max Irby through the IV cord that's connecting to you, would those stem cells sustain Max Irby?
Would they sustain Max Irby? Sure, but his death is derivative on.
Perfect.
But his death.
One moment.
Yeah.
This is a sequence of questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I just want to get clear because I think there's a little bit of equivocation as we're talking about the nature of
Just allow me to finish the argument.
Because
here.
you brought up like
just,
a
just
counterfactual.
allow me to finish the argument here. I asked you clearly why a woman taking the abortion pill would enable the death of the fetus, and then you said because it would be blocking the thing that would sustain the life of the fetus. So that we then clarified the thing that in the analogy is sustaining the life of Max Irby would be the transfer of stem cells through the IV cord. Okay, so thereby, by disconnecting that IV cord from your arm, you are definitionally speaking, per the fact that we just came to a consensus agreement on, that you would be blocking the thing that would sustain Max Irby's life. So the same explanation that you gave for why an abortion pill for a victim of rape would be enabling the death of the fetus is also true of Max Irby. So do you concede that it is true that by pulling and disconnecting that IV cord, you'd be enabling the death of Max Irby? If you reject that conclusion, I would really appreciate it if you would then reject one of the premises of my argument. Those premises being...
Yeah, go ahead.
Those premises being that you believe what enables the death of the fetus is blocking that of which sustains it. Premise number 2, it is true that which sustains Max Irby would be the transfer of stem cells through the IV cord. Premise 3, it is true that by disconnecting that IV cord, you are blocking that of which sustains. Therefore, conclusion, it is true that by pulling out that IV cord that's connected to Max Irby, you are enabling the death of Max Irby.
Yes, I would say that's false. And the part that I would disagree with, right, is going to be the nature of causality, right? Because what I'm talking about.
So which premise of my argument do you reject?
Yeah, so I'm rejecting the portion where you said that it's the case that if you disconnect from Max Irby, you are enabling the death of Max Irby.
That's not a premise. That's a conclusion, dude. You're lost.
Wait, no, because you said that it's the case that we have these two paradigm cases. One in which we have the abortive procedure, where it's the case that if the woman takes the abortion.
Can you just tell me which premise you're rejecting, please?
Yeah, I reject the paradigm case.
Which premise? Specify it.
Yeah, I mean the premise that you gave was that it's the case that if it's the case that you disconnect from Max Irby, then it's the case that you are enabling the death of Max Irby.
Bro, that's not a premise. That's the conclusion.
Can you go over it one more time? Because that was a premise of your argument. You gave two paradigm cases.
Okay. All right.
Just lay it out. Premise 1, premise 2, premise. Yeah.
Premise 1. A rape victim that gets an abortion through the abortion pill is enabling the death of the fetus because the abortion is blocking that of which sustains the fetus's life. You accept that?
Yeah.
Premise 2. Therefore, in order to enable the death of an entity, you must block that in which sustains their life. Do you accept that?
Yeah, but I think there's going to be an equivocation that comes up here between blocking and failing to prevent.
Okay. Premise 3. By disconnecting from Max Irby, you are blocking that in which sustains Max Irby's life. Conclusion. You would be enabling Max Irby's death.
Yeah, I disagree with premise 3. And the reason why I would disagree with premise 3 is because it wouldn't be an enabling of the death of Max Irby. Rather, it would be failing.
That's
to
not a
prevent
part
the
of
death
premise
Max
3.
Irby.
Enabling
Premise
death
three-
is not in premise 3.
Premise 3 was that if it's the case that you disconnect from Max Irby,
You
would
are
be
blocking
enabling
that
the
in
death.
which sustains his life. No.
Yeah, that you would be
Enabling Max Irby's death was the conclusion of the argument, not
No.
any premise of the argument.
Do you know
Premise
what
3 was,
enabling
and I
death-
quote, one moment. Premise 3 was, and I quote, by disconnecting from the IV cord that you have connected to Max Irby, you are blocking that in which sustains his life. Does that premise at any point mention the enabling of death?
Okay, sure. I would.
One moment.
reject that
No,
premise.
one
I would
moment.
reject
Does that
premise.
premise at any point? Does that premise at any point mention the enabling of death?
No, but I take that.
Okay,
to
so
be
then do you concede?
I take,
do you
no, I
concede?
take that
Do you
to be
concede your
synonymous
critique
with
of
enabling the death.
P3?
I take that to be synonymous, Dean.
Okay.
I take that statement to be synonymous with enabling the
Okay.
death.
So then you reject that by disconnecting that IV cord, you are blocking that in which sustains Max Irby's death.
Yes, I reject that because it's a
Okay.
failure to prevent the death of Max Irby.
What does it mean to block?
Yeah, to block means that there's going to be something that stops the death of the person, and you frustrate that, remove it.
Okay, so something stops the death, and you remove
Yeah, like-
the thing that stops
Like
the
here,
death.
here's an
What?
easy way. Here's an easy way to
Wait.
think about this.
I challenge that definition. I think that's completely incoherent.
No,
Because
it's about-
you're using the word block earlier as it relates to a rape victim. You're saying if they take the abortion pill, they're blocking that of which sustains the life of the fetus. But how are you using block in that sense? Because that doesn't have anything to do with preventing the thing that would stop a death or preventing the thing that would stop a death. Okay. So,
When
your
it come- when- when
are
it
you
comes
saying that
to-
your definition of blocked is preventing a thing in which would stop a death?
No, there's a,
Okay,
there's
so then
gonna be a
define the word
difference.
block.
Yeah, so block is going to be like a frustration or a removal
Frustration?
of something.
Or removal. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And then there's going to be a difference.
So then,
in
so then,
prevention.
do you agree that if it is true that the IV cord is supplying your stem cells to Max Irby, and that is sustaining his life, if you remove the IV cord, you're thereby removing the thing that sustains his life?
I would say that you're failing to prevent.
That's not what I asked
that.
you.
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with your premise.
All right, bro. Yeah, that's just absurd.
I'm disagreeing with your premise, but
Yeah, bro.
How about this?
You're saying that it's not true that if you remove the thing that sustains his life, then you're removing the thing that sustains his life.
I said that it's a failure to prevent.
Do you accept
Max Irby.
that the stem cells being transferred by that IV cord to Max are sustaining Max Irby's life? Do you accept that to be true?
Do I accept that they are sustaining? Okay, so here you're doing a lot of equivocating in this
Can
conversation.
I just get a yes or no, please?
Is it the case that it's sustaining his life?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, but there can still be a difference in
Okay,
the nature
perfect.
of the causality.
Okay, perfect. We're not exploring nature of causality. I'm just asking simple descriptive questions.
Yeah, but
All right.
that's what matters.
You've
here in this
now
conversation.
accepted that it's descriptively true that the stem cells being transported by the IV are sustaining Max Irby's life.
Yeah.
So in other
Which is-
words,
yeah, which is going-
we can
yeah,
just
but-
reduce
but
that down to
what-
saying
what's the reason
that
that-
the
what's the reason that he
IV
dies?
is
What's the reason he dies?
one moment. Then we could agree that the
Yeah,
IV is
what's the reason he
sustaining
dies?
one moment, and now we could agree that the IV is sustaining Max Irby's life. Perfect.
Dean, what's
so
the
then
reason
do you
that Max
agree?
Irby
One
dies?
moment. Then do you agree that by removing the thing that is sustaining Max Irby's life, you are removing the thing that sustains Max Irby's life? Because if it is true that by removing the thing that is sustaining Max Irby's life, which you accepted was the IV cord, you would then therefore be blocking that of which is sustaining Max Irby's life, definitionally speaking.
All right, Dean, you are engaging in vicious begging of the question, right? So when we're talking about the reason in which Max Irby passes, it's derivative on his condition, right? That's the
None of this
initiation
is
the
relevant to your
physical
rejection of P3. The reason why
It
none of this is relevant.
It is because
I
making
could
a symmetry
explain.
breaker.
Listen,
Wait,
I
Dean,
could
Dean,
explain
let me
to you why
explain
this isn't.
Dean, let
No,
me-
sorry, bro. I'm losing patience. You're being a pedantic sophist. Luckily, your pedantic sophistry doesn't work with me because I'm very used to pedantic sophistry. Listen, you reject P3, which was by removing the IV cord, you are blocking that of which is sustaining Max Irby's life. I then asked you to define blocking, and then you said frustrating or removing. So in other words, you're saying it is not true that by removing the IV cord, you are removing that of which is sustaining Max Irby's life. But then you accepted that the IV cord is sustaining Max Irby's life. So then definitionally speaking, it is true per your position that by removing the IV cord, you are removing in which is sustaining Max Irby's life. And because you told me to block means to remove, you are then also, definitionally speaking, blocking of that which sustains Max Irby's life. And because you take blocking that of which sustains Max Irby's life to be synonymous to enabling Max Irby's death, it is therefore true that by removing that IV cord, you are enabling Max Irby's death. Now, maybe you want to respond by implicating factors in which are irrelevant to the argument, such as what is actually causing Max Irby's death, or what is actually causing the fetus's death. Well, luckily,
that's what's going to tell us whether or not it's
luckily,
or a
the argument that I just provided you, per the concessions that you granted for the argument, do not concern cause. In fact, they just descriptively concern what we mean when we say A, blocking of that in which sustains his life, what we mean when we say B, removing, and if you accept that C, the IV is sustaining his life, and then D, if you think that blocking that of which sustains his life is synonymous to enabling their death, in which you accept it as being true. Do you understand the argument, or do I need to spell it out for you?
Yes, I understand your argument. I also understand your vicious begging of the question, right? So I would categorize the IV being put on Max Irby as a prevention of his death. And if it's the case that you disconnect, then you are just failing to prevent Max Irby's death, right? But honestly, I don't think that we're getting too productive here. So how about this?
If somebody has a pacemaker, would you agree that pacemaker prevents their death?
Would I agree that pacemaker prevents their death? Yeah, so I would say that if it was the case.
So if a hacker were to hack into a pacemaker and turn it off, would they be causing their death, or would they be failing to prevent their death?
Yeah, so and here's the problem. So there's going to be
answer.
I can, right? In this case, it's going to be a nature of killing them, right? So it's going to be the initiation, right? Because there's a new sequence in this case, right? But it's the case that enabling sometimes falls on the side of killing.
So why in the scenario of turning somebody's pacemaker off, are you killing them?
Yeah, because it's an initiation of a new event, right? So
Why?
we have at T1 we have this pacemaker sustaining the life of this person, and then it's the case you turn it off, right? You turn off the thing in which would sustain the life of the person on this pacemaker.
Yeah.
In which case you would be,
let's mirror that onto Max Irby. At T1, you have the thing in which is sustaining the life of Max Irby, the stem cells being transplanted via the IV cord. Okay, and then you turning the thing off in which is sustaining his life, IV disconnecting the IV cord. Therefore, you are killing Max Irby.
False.
Right, what's the difference between the argument made as it relates to the pacemaker and the argument made as it relates to the stem cells being transplanted by the IV?
Yeah, the difference is going to be in virtue of the initiation of a sequence of events, right?
But I asked you for your argument to demonstrate that you're initiating that sequence of events as it relates to the person with a pacemaker.
We have
and I was able to successfully make the identical argument as it would relate to the initiation of the death of Max Irby by disconnecting the IV cord. So I'll just simply ask you again. You're telling me the difference between the scenario of a pacemaker and the scenario of an IV cord is that in the scenario of the pacemaker, you're initiating their death by turning the pacemaker off. Once again, please give me an argument for why and how that is initiating the death of the person with a pacemaker. And then if we could successfully mirror that argument onto you disconnecting the IV cord from Max Irby, then it is true that you would be causing Max Irby's death.
Yeah, so you just want me to explain why it's the case in the pacemaker case, why it would constitute
initiating the death.
In the case, and why in the case of the IV case with Max Irby it would be the prevention?
Nope, I just want an argument that in the case of the pacemaker, you'd be initiating the person with the pacemaker's death.
Yeah, because you would be, blocking that which would, you're blocking that which would stop their death. So it would kind of be like that.
Okay, could you give an argument for that? Because we need to get super fucking pedantic, because apparently that's what we need to do, dude.
Yeah.
So go ahead and give an argument for that.
Yeah. So at T1 we have a pacemaker. The pacemaker is blocking the death of this person on the person on the pacemaker.
Want to quickly interject? Do you agree that the stem cells being transplanted by the IV cord are blocking the death of Max Irby?
I would say that they're failing to prevent the death of Max Irby.
So how is the pacemaker blocking the death of the person with the pacemaker?
You said how is the pacemaker blocking the death of the person with the pacemaker?
Yup.
Because the pacemaker is stopping that which would
occur otherwise if they didn't have the pacemaker?
Well, not rather would occur otherwise, right? Because you're taking this counterfactual conception of causality.
Okay. So then just answer the question.
Which I'm not adopting.
So then why does a pacemaker block the death of the person with a pacemaker?
Yeah, because it's stopping that which would, initiate their death.
Oh, okay. Do you agree that the IV cord is stopping that, which would initiate the death of Max Irby?
No, I'm saying that it would be a failure to prevent. I've already told you this many times.
Okay,
What-
bro.
Can I tell
Sorry,
you why?
bro.
Can I tell
You're
you
terribly bad faith,
Wait,
dude.
wait.
Go ahead and leave that on lives with like 30 viewers with people that have the time for that bullshit. Let's go to get the next guest. Tay loaded up. What a fucking sophist. Holy fucking word salad. Hey, welcome in, Tay. Do you support Trump? What a fucking idiot. I was gonna get that next guest connected. Bro, that was straight comedy. Holy fucking shit, dude. That was straight comedy. Oh my god. That was so embarrassing for him. Why do people do you think that he was a masochist? Do you guys think that he just had like a kink for public humiliation and shame? Like there's just no other way to explain that. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I sure do.
How old are you?
I'm 41 years old.
Oh man, alrighty. Hey, listen, before we hop into the debate, do you mind if I thank a couple people?
That's fine. Yes, go ahead.
All right, thanks, man. Hey, listen, Beth, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. You asked me to keep your name anonymous, so for that reason, I'll be keeping your question myself. I do apologize for not reading your message first. Bretta, thank you for the $10. Who says sending love because you're awesome. Well, thank you so much, Bretta. Show some love to Bretta down below in the comment section. Ian, thank you so much for the $20. Who says aloha, Dean. Thank you for all that you do. Stuck in OY, but still missing my hometown in Castle Rock. Bro, come on, Ian. Castle Rock over Hawaii? No, dude. Come on, bro. I'm sorry, Ian. I gotta clown you for that. For those that don't know, Castle Rock is like a rather small town in Colorado where there's not much going on. Holy crap, Ian. Yeah, Hawaii over Castle Rock any day. Please don't miss Castle Rock. Thank you for the $20. Britt, thank you so much for the $30. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 300 Brit W's. Britt with the $300 says, $30 says, love the streams. Appreciate all the work that you do. Grateful for voices like yours these days. Well, thank you so much, Britt. Let's get 300 Brit W's down below in the chat. I'm very grateful for you. And thank you so much for the $30. Same thing to Lila. Thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you as always. Well, thank you for the $10, Lila. And then Madeline, thank you so much for the $45. Damn, Madeline. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. That is beyond kind of you. Let's get 450 Madeline W's, who says, you've inspired me to do my own research and understand how bad of a person Trump is. You completely opened my eyes. You deserve this and so much more. I'm so happy to hear that we've been able to inspire you, Madeline. Please show some love to Madeline down below in that chat. I'm so very happy that the live streams have been able to help you out. And I hope that you enjoyed the rest of the debates for the day and that we're able to maybe inspire you a little more. Let's get it. Bag of Spinach. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I wish I would have seen your message earlier, but I appreciate you so much. Acacia, once again, thank you for the $5. I know that you've already told me that before, and I'll need to remember that. Thank you so much. Anthony, thank you for the $5 as well. Aaron, thank you for the $3. Brianna, thank you for the $5. And then one more for now. Thank you so much, Joseph, for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so fucking much. Who says, I think it's a big deal when you take the time to address serious issues amongst the fan community and how they're acting and carrying themselves. I hope they listen. Sending my love for the day too. Joseph sent that donation in 50 minutes ago when we were talking about what had happened to Mar and Liv. I really do hope that the people who were engaging in those terrible behaviors did listen to that. Just know that I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Joseph. And then on PayPal, thank you, Peggy, for the $10, and Angela, thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for helping me learn better ways and better facts to argue with those assholes. Well, I'm so happy that you're going to be shitting on MAGA idiots all day long. And then Yeshika, thank you for the $15. Who says, hey, Dean, I love the lives. I love to listen like a podcast. Please keep up the good fight. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Please show some love to all the donors down below. You guys are very awesome. Thank you so much for the continued love and support. Go ahead and take it away. Free speech. Thanks for your patience. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I support Trump for a lot of reasons, but mainly because the Democrats, to me, don't represent our nation. And you can see in their states like Illinois, California, for example, you have lots of exodus of businesses leaving to red states because at the end of the day, the policies in these states that favor a lot of social programs and other things, of course, are driving the cost and the spending of these states to outsee their contributions into our taxes, right? So that's a big problem. And in Texas,
you know what else is a bigger problem? You thinking that you could maybe speak a little bit deeper and make me completely unaware of the fact that you are a man who joined my live stream last week and said that you would still support Trump if he was cool with child rape.
Look at that. Oh, my Lord. Look at that. Dean Withers.
You
Yeah,
are
bro.
a clever little fellow.
Well, yeah. Are you still on board with supporting Trump if he was cool with child rape? You fucking weirdo.
Okay, first of all, that was a hypothetical that you set up, and you know that you create hypotheticals that are ridiculous.
Yeah, bro.
You know.
Listen, if you would rape someone in a hypothetical, you would rape someone in the real world.
Yeah,
because
I told you
the only thing in that hypothetical, bro, I just said, if Trump was cool with child rape, would you still support Trump? And you said yes. What does this mean? This means if it were true in the real world that Donald
Dean,
Trump
you're
was cool
asking
with
the
child
wrong
rape,
questions, Dean.
then it would
You're
be
asking the wrong
true in the real
questions.
world that you would still support him. And in
Dean,
fact,
you're asking
you
the
wouldn't
wrong
care.
questions. You're asking the wrong.
Bro, I'm not talking to you. Listen, you changed the tone of your voice to stay on the live stream for a fucking reason, dude. That reason is that I refuse to talk to you. I think that you're a sick man. Like, you're legitimately crazy. Like, you're way too far gone. Way too far gone. It's, I would say, actively harmful to even platform you in this stream. Oh my goodness. Insanity. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. If you want to support the live stream, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. You could also find them in the pinned message on that YouTube stream, and the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's just my name, Dean Withers, but without the letter E in the last name Withers. There's a bunch of fake scamming Dean Withers accounts out there on Venmo and PayPal. The reason why I've started to specify that you guys should quadruple check that spelling is because I almost sent money to a fake Dean account last week. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, everyone. We got Harmony loading into the stream. Please do follow the rules. We're just very specifically looking for American adults who are down to load up and have a debate with us. Welcome in, Harmony. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I don't know. That's why I was requesting. Because
How old are you,
I'm
Harmony?
not too sure. I'm 18. I was born September 3rd, 2007.
Okay. Well, listen, if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who would you vote for?
I really don't know.
All right, Harmony.
I was born in
I got a couple
family
great resources for you. If you don't know who'd you vote for if the election was held tomorrow, I just recommend watching the live stream. I feel very confident in the fact that if you watch my live stream for an hour or two and listen to these debates, that by the end of that hour or two, you absolutely will know.
Okay.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, FT, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, you said in the chat that I'm secretly MAGA.
My bad.
Oh, you don't actually believe that?
No.
Okay. Fucking rage baiter. Yeah, you're so fucking bored. Let's gotta get the next guest connected. On the opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. you're so bored, dude. That's funny. That's funny. Hey, listen, T, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says how to sound like the last caller. The assailant inaugurates the causal chain, which is why the weight of the violation outranks the victim's sovereign authority over her body and her governance of its continued use. I appreciate you for the $20, T. Listen, no, he was a sophist, 100%. We were able to really effectively combat his sophistry and demonstrate a clear-cut contradiction in his view, but yeah, obviously it didn't go anywhere because he's a pedantic sophist. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, baby kicker?
Yeah.
Dude's breathing on that Xbox 360 mic like there's no tomorrow. Who remembers that? Who remembers that? Who remembers being in COD lobbies when you're like 12 years old and the whole time you just hear this in the party chat? Man, those are some good memories. Welcome in, Ethan. Do you support Trump?
We are good with it.
We're going to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the box if you're here for a debate. We're looking for American adults that support Trump as president. That's who we're looking for. That's who we're looking for. That's right. Dis, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says the first hour and 30 minutes was in fact all trolls. I'm not rewinding today, Dean. Dude, yeah, Diswee. Don't worry about it. I remember you from yesterday, man. I would assume that after you rewatched the VOD, you caught up to when you sent that dono and you saw me say that to you. I remember you. Thanks for the $20. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you're here for debate, please, and thank you. Welcome
Hello?
in. Do you support Trump, Jaden?
I do.
Aw, cringe, bro. How do you?
I'm 30.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
I am 30, I promise.
Really? Tell me. How many hours a week do you work?
Why I support Trump?
How many hours a week do you work?
I work about 40.
Really? What do you do?
I work at Home Depot.
I don't believe you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Oh, man, my in-ear monitors are hurting my ears today. Jeez Louise. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, someone else is loading in. Here we go, everybody. We're still looking for the next guest. I do apologize that it's taken a while to find the next debate. We got a bunch of trolls in the queue today, as per usual. Gabriel, do you support Trump?
Yes, Dean.
How do you?
30.
Leo, how do you?
Jesus Christ is king and you will be saved by him. I'm religious.
Do you
I
support
just wanted
Trump,
to
Leo?
say that.
That's okay. Do you support Trump?
Bro, I'm living in Germany, but I love you.
Okay. Gabriel, why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
Well, I just think he represents America perfectly, and I think he bleeds red, all white America.
He bleeds red and white?
Yeah.
You're trolling. Let's go to get the next guest Pixel connected. Here we go. Stop trolling, guys, please, for the love of God. Looking for some actual debates. Hey, do you support Trump? Pixel? Okay, Pixel's not here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you're here for debate. I don't know why you guys feel so comfortable breaking the rules. I'd appreciate it if you want it. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We get Sarah loading up. Here we go. Hugo, thank you for the $10, who says, your guests are either super uneducated or simply don't understand what a debate actually is. You must get so tired. Time for a true sparring partner, I'd say. You know, man, I mean, I get a little tired, of course, but I'm pretty used to this by now, so I kind of know how to navigate these bad faith interlocutors. I know how to navigate these conversations pretty well without completely draining myself. Clayton, thank you for the $20. Holy crap, man. Thank you so much, Clayton. Clayton with the 20 says, brother, the work they're doing is so important. Stream or not, I'll still support. Don't let the trolls get you down. Well, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I thank you so much for the $20. Listen, it's not that I let the trolls get me down, but it's just that I simply reevaluate if these are the most productive means of content creation. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for the $20, oh man. And then Vera, thank you for the $42. Oh my God. Holy crap. Thank you so much, Vera. Vera with the $42 says, my work days have slowed down, but I barely noticed. That being that I listen to you and you really make my days feel a lot less boring. Your debates are great. I fucking love that. Hell yeah, Vera. Let's go, dude. I'm so happy that we're able to help you make the work days less boring. You know, there are a lot of professionals out there. There are a lot of professionals out there that will listen to these streams while they're working, and I have a very special place for y'all in my heart. Hell yeah, I do. Let's hear Olivia. Thank you for the $5. Beth with the $10, and then Lauren with the $5 says, Peak Withers. Appreciate you, Lauren. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Alrighty, let's go to get the next guest connected. Please stop trolling. Please stop trolling. Lisa, do you support Trump? I don't care. Joe, do you support Trump? Joe, not here.
Hello?
E, do you support Trump? Nope, E left. Faith, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born in?
We are
All right, guys, we're back. So we're back to like another 2 hours of trolls. I'm sorry, folks. I don't have as much patience as yesterday, so I probably won't be able to get through it all, and I'll just end early. Like, yesterday, I was able to get through an hour and a half with them. I don't think I could do the same thing today. So if it's as bad as it was yesterday, just not going to stream. We'll just end early. I just can't do another hour and a half, guys. Chrissy, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born in?
March 2nd, 2007.
All right, bro. So happy you're bad at math. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Cam loading up. Hello, Cam. Do you support Trump?
No, but you're the best content creator of all time, just to let you know. Have an amazing day.
I appreciate you for your kindness, Cam. But today, we are just looking for Trump supporters. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Mara, M-A-U-R-A, thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, last year I struggled with self-injury. When I was in the worst parts of my life, you kept me motivated, and now I'm 2 months clean. Keep on doing what you're doing. Hey, well, listen, I'm really happy that the live streams could give you some motivation, give you distraction. You know, when I started these live streams, at the time I was going through a breakup, and actually just focusing on the debates is something that really helped me out. And that's, in fact, why I started to do daily streams for hours at end, was because it was a very good distraction. So I'm happy that we've been able to help you out. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only opposite of that box if you happen to be MAGA, everybody. Welcome in, Jack. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't, but my...
God, fuck. Hey, if you have a family member that supports Trump and you want me to debate them, probably like that last guest that I just accidentally kicked, make sure to start off by saying that. Don't say no to the question, because I'm not going to lie, folks. When I hear a no, I just automatically kick. When I hear a no, I just automatically kick. He was probably going to ask us to debate one of his family members. Do you support Trump, Leo? Wow, man, you're not too good at the keyboard there. You should definitely work on improving. Let's go to get the next guest up here.
This is Charlie Kirk coming from the underworld.
Alexis, thank you for the $24. Who says you don't have to read this out loud? All right, Alexis, I'll keep it to myself. Thanks for the $24, though. Let's get 240 Alexis W's. Thanks for supporting me in what we do here. You're great, Alexis. Seriously, you've been supporting me a lot recently. Just know that I really appreciate it. All right, folks, not too much longer before we just hop off. Not really feeling it today. We got it really bad yesterday. Not really feeling the trolling today. Yeah, they really are destroying these streams. Unfortunately, it's really sad, frankly. You know, we have a great thing going here with these streams, and have a bunch of trolls just kind of ruin it is really unfortunate. Lev, do you support Trump?
Do vape.
Another troll. Alrighty, moving on to the next guest. I'm so graceful. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2007.
What month?
July
What day?
31st.
You have a Bible verse in your bio. Do you put it on God?
Yeah.
Why would you sin like that, bro? Why would you sin like that, bro? Dude, from your perspective of being a Christian, you just really fucked yourself over. That's bad, man. That's really bad, dude. Wow, man. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. She looked like a zygote, so she was definitely lying. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
What time is it?
What do you mean?
You don't understand the nature of the question, quote unquote, what time it is?
It's 1:25.
All right. What state are you in? That's a troll. That's a troll. Moving on to the next guest. So many trolls. Wow, guys. Super entertaining. Yippee! Super entertaining. Let's go. This is meaningful. This is so meaningful. Let's go to get that next guest connected to have more meaningful discussions. More meaningful discussions. All the meaningful discussions, aka back-to-back trolls that just don't give a fuck. That's right. That's right. Let's go to get that next guest connected.
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
I'm a Republican, but I do not entirely support Trump. No. But I would like to talk about Iran, if that's okay.
Would you vote for him over Harris?
No.
All right. So, frankly, I'm going to disconnect you, but if you still consider yourself a Republican, you should keep on watching the live. Not only so you could hopefully learn something, but we may end up opening the doors to people like you pretty soon, because it seems like there's not too many Trump supporters left. Do you support Trump, Carson?
No, but I would like to talk about something else. That is okay if you skip me. I completely understand it.
What do you want to talk about?
So I was actually reading an article this morning about something that's going on in Israel, and I was wondering if you would be able to inform me and people my age about what is going on. What are we actually doing with the Israel? Like, are we conjoining our military with Israel? I'm very confused on what's going on.
So we're basically fighting Israel's war forum. So the ex-head of counterterrorism, Joe Kent, said that we entered into this war with Iran because of pressure from Israel. And America and our government has kind of, where Israel's a little lapdog. I mean, there are millions of dollars that are paid out to many of our congressional representatives, regardless if they're on the right or regardless of if they're on the left, as well as religious psychosis that has led many members of Congress, particularly those on the right, those on the left are just kind of bought out by AIPAC, into thinking that we need to protect Israel at all costs. And because of this pressure, we are now basically fighting their war for them in Iran. And they want this war in Iran. It's not like they just are doing this to strategically prevent Iran from getting nukes. Obama prevented Iran from getting nukes with the JCPOA in 2015. Israel was the only country in the Middle East that opposed that. They are wanting to fight this war just to weaken Iran, so then Iran will probably pay less to the opposition of Israel, so they'll have an easier time ethnically cleansing Lebanon, annexing and stealing the West Bank, genociding Gaza, so on and so forth, to build their greater Israel, which is come along with the conquest and colonialization of land which doesn't belong to them.
So I heard the term Greater Israel. What is that?
So the Greater Israel Project is basically, if you've ever heard anybody call Israel an expansionist state before, it's because of the Greater Israel Project, which is basically to rebuild the nation that they think is truly representative of Israel, which includes the conquest and annexation of many nations around them, including Palestine, and Lebanon, and many other countries in the Levant region. If you want to learn more about the Greater Israel Project, you should just look it up online. It's clearly what they're doing with their onslaught of nonsense in Palestine and Lebanon. Avery, thank you for the meteor shower. I appreciate you for the questions, man. I would highly recommend doing some more independent research on your own time and also talking to people that are much more informed on the subject matter than me. I've become more informed over the course of the last couple of years, so I could definitely help supplement you with some of the basic introductory information. But if you really want to get down to the nitty-gritty, please do seek out individualistic conversations with people that specify on it. Brianna, do you support Trump? Brianna left. Guys, please only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate. That is why I'm running the stream. I want to clarify that. I want to clarify that for everybody watching. The reason why I'm live today is to talk to people that support Trump. And the trolls, you guys are just straight up making it impossible. Yeah. Hey, Nazo, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
September 5th.
Big J, do you support Trump? Big J's leaving. Naza, why don't you go to take it away and tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Well, his accomplishments.
Like?
Gas prices.
Going up? I mean, under him, we've had the largest monthly increase in the price of gas since Vietnam in 1967. Are you wasting my time, Nazo?
No.
Okay. Well, then how do you respond to that?
Give me 1 second.
Alrighty. What do you need time to do? Just like hitting a couple stretches real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your response, Nazo? Avery, thank you for the Starlight Scepter. All right, I'm pretty sure that they're just wasting our time. We're going to move on to the next guest, CJP. Here we go. Nike, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian dollars on Super Chat. My God, Nike, thank you. All the love of the world to you. Let's get 5-footer Nike W's for that incredibly kind donation. Nike with a 50 says, my drawing pen for my tablet just died, so I'm paying you to cool down my rage. Dude, go plug that shit in, Nike. I didn't know that you drew. That's sick. I wish I was good at drawing. Oh my goodness. I really wish I was good at drawing. Guys, it's been 30 minutes of trolls. I don't know if I could make it to 40.
Dean Withers.
Sci-fi, appreciate you for
Hello.
the galaxy. Hey man, welcome in, Brody. Do you support Trump?
I do. What are you doing?
What an interesting question.
Sorry, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2008.
All right, cool, bro. Chacho, got to take a moment and thank a couple people, and then Mike and the floor are yours to tell us why you support the worst president of your life, okay?
Okay.
Take a moment. Really think about your argument hard. Bread, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, for your patience with people always chewing with their mouths open, gross. Bro, you'd be surprised on how often that happens here. Katie, thank you for the $15, who says, tomorrow's my birthday. 32 is the new 250. Hey, that's such an exciting birthday, Katie. Happy early birthday. Live it up. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $20, who says, don't have to read this out loud. I sent a donut earlier, but you missed it. But I signed up to see if I'm a match for Max because of you. I love that, Lindsay. I'll make sure I take a look for your earlier donation right now. And I'm so sorry that I missed it. Thank you for the $20. And then Miss Danielle, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, who says, keep on being goated. I'll keep on being goated, Danielle. I'll do my very best. Thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Danielle W's in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Genuinely, dude. And then Brianna, thank you for the $7. I appreciate you for your kind words. And Ren with the $5 says, thank you for the work. Thank you. McKenna, thank you for the $20, who says, Dean, if you do have ending stop in this room due to trolls, please try steering me again once school starts. I think that a lot of the trolls are kids who don't have anything better to do during the summer. Plausibly, that's a good explanation. Then Desiree, thank you for the $10, who says, watching you while I work. I appreciate all that you do to educate people. Thank you, Desiree. You are awesome. Peggy, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Peggy. Let's get 200 Peggy W's down below. I'm actually pretty sure that I thanked you earlier, but I want to thank you again. Why don't you go ahead and take it away and tell us how the hell you still support this terrible president?
Okay. Well, before I do that, I have a question for you.
Oh, okay.
So, if you don't support Trump, who do you support?
Who do I support as president? Who would I support as president? Well, compared to Trump or MAGA, literally like anybody on the left, including the establishment libs that I don't really like too much for a lot of reasons. But like idealistic candidates would include people like Mamdani, if he was eligible for the presidency. I think the AOC would be pretty cool. And big fan of James Tallarico. I think that James Tallarico has a bright future in American politics. But all of these questions and all my answers are completely irrespective to you hopefully providing us with the reasons why you think that Donald Trump is doing a good job at being our president.
Okay, well, one thing that I like about Trump is like mostly the ICE thing, which is really just taking people out of the country that's not wanted, but isn't allowed to be in here. You know, like...
Okay, and I'd assume that you support that because you think it makes our country better off. Can you specify a way that Trump's mass deportation has made America better off?
Well, it makes it safer because all of the cartels have been let in, and under Trump, it's gone down a lot more, and there isn't as much cartel activity in the United States, which is proven.
Were you talking about drugs? I defocused for like 2 seconds. Are you talking about drugs coming into America?
Drugs.
Okay. Well, see, the thing is that cartels actually have citizens bringing those in. And frankly, I'm not convinced that cartel activity is dying down any faster than it would be if Harris was elected. In fact, it may be dying down slower. Only around 5% of Donald Trump's deportations have been of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records, compared to the Democrats before him, like Obama, who over 20% of his deportations were of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. The Democrats focus a lot more on the bad undocumented immigrants, like legitimate members of cartels.
So you're fine with the borders being open, or do you want to be safer?
All right, bro. When did I say that, dude?
You pretty much did with Harris.
How so?
She said that she was going to open the border, right?
No, she didn't, dude. What the hell are you yapping about?
Oh, wait, I have another question.
No. You just made a claim. Provide a source for that claim. No, Brody. Claim. Evidence. No. Evidence.
Oh, you're getting rage baited.
Okay, you're rage baiting me because you can't win a debate? Yep. Okay, sounds good.
What
How's the rage bait working?
Anxiety pen, twin?
Lavender and caramel.
Caramel? Is that
caramel?
bro.
No, bro. You're going to pivot from the debate, bro? Is this you losing? Is this you running away because you're
Well, no,
absolutely
I have a
terrified of my
question. What is
intellectual wits?
caramel?
Are you absolutely terrified because of my simplicity and my swagger and my ability to debunk your argument? Yeah,
Your
clearly.
swag?
Listen, yeah, caveman
Where's
D
your
mode.
swag at? Where's your swag at?
Hey, bro, right here, you're looking at that swag, dude. You couldn't hope it to accomplish this level of swag in your life, brother. Now listen.
What level of swag?
This level of swag. That's
You're
right.
in Colorado, right?
That's right. Yeah.
What
Now
part of
pipe
Colorado
down.
do you live in?
Whoa, holy shit. Yeah, dude, are you trying to like take me on a date or some shit? Listen, just debate me first, right?
Maybe. You're kind of hot.
All right, Brody. I'm going to go to kick you for that one. You have a good rest of your day. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you. We got Ben loading up, dude. What the guys? Can we, dude? Oh my God, what the fuck? Moving on to the next guest. We got Ben loading up. All right, Ben, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you? Dude. How old are you?
Sorry, I'm 19. I was born on April 19th, 2007.
Okay, why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Rapey Don?
No, I don't agree with him as a person. I think he's not a great person. He's done a lot of terrible things. But I think he's been a better president than a lot of the Democratic presidents we've had recently, including Biden. And I think if Harris was president, I think it would have been worse.
Okay. Name one bad domestic policy Biden passed. Name one good domestic policy Trump has passed.
I'll say this. I'm not very politically educated. I kind of came on here because, I think if me and my friends thought it would be funny. We kind of go in here, we try and get on because of your little anxiety pen.
Bro, these Trump supporters are absolute droids. How about this? Why do you think Donald Trump is a better president than Biden was?
Well, one, when Biden was president, I'm not like the gas prices right now, they're insane. It's not like good. But when Trump was in president, his first term, all of our prices for food were low. Our prices for gases were low.
And then Biden exploded everything. Inflation, 9%, July of 2022. Yeah. How did Biden cause that inflation, low, bro?
Like I said, I'm not very politically educated, so I don't really know.
If you don't know how Biden caused that inflation, then how do you know that Biden did cause that inflation?
Well, one, everyone was talking about it. Everyone was saying that ever since Biden
How many people said the earth was flat, dude? 500 years ago, 90% of people did. I could promise you that less than 90% of Americans were saying that Biden caused inflation.
Okay, I have a question for you real quick. It was one of the reasons I wanted to come here.
Oh, nah, bro. If you don't know how Biden caused that inflation,
let me. It's not about that inflation. It's not about Biden. It's not about. I just have a question.
Okay, then you're just completely pivoting. Okay, I'm not gonna let you pivot. Not gonna happen, bro. I got you in the bear trap, bro.
Fucking, what do you mean, bro? Just let me ask a question.
Nah, bro, not gonna happen, dude.
Okay, don't let me ask.
Not gonna let you squirm away.
Squirm away, bro. Like I told you.
Can you answer my question?
Answer. Okay, repeat your question.
Question was, if you don't know how Biden caused inflation, then how do you know that Biden did cause inflation? Or do you think it's possible that external variables completely unrelated to Biden, like a global pandemic that caused inflation in every country in the face of planet Earth, possibly caused that inflation, not Biden?
I think that is possible, but I also think that while Biden was president, I don't think he made the best choices.
What was one bad domestic choice he made?
Taking down our defense system against nuclear weapons.
What?
I don't know.
Hey, this is completely unrelated to what we're just referencing as it would relate to the economy of inflation. And B, can you give me a source for that claim, dude? What? Kevin, Dave of the Galaxy.
Probably the couple months, and I think it was 2022 when everybody was talking about it.
I don't know this. Now you're going to have to be able to provide evidence from Ben. I know that you're sitting at a computer because I could hear you type it on your keyboard. Go on your keyboard, go to Google, try to find evidence.
I don't have a keyboard on me. I don't have anything on me right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, then guess what? Trump's a bad president because he tried to nuke America. Yeah. He opened up the nuclear football. He typed in the nuclear code, and he was just like, oh, wait, I need evidence for my claims? Why don't you need evidence for yours?
I literally told you your whole thing is that you're super educated and you know all this stuff. So what's your
source?
Bro?
That doesn't mean that I have the burden of proof for your claim, my friend.
Okay, that's fine.
So either give evidence for the claim that you made or concede the claim that you made.
I don't think I'm going to concede anything. I don't concede to little vapors like you.
Yeah, bro. Says a white kid with a perm. Sit down. Either concede or give evidence.
Buddy, you're just mad you don't have curly hair. You're just mad.
Damn, bro, you actually do have a perm?
No, it's not.
That's fucking hilarious. That's actually fucking hilarious. That is so fucking funny. He slipped. He admitted it, but then he tried to take it back. Damn, bro, that's actually hilarious. That is actually so funny. We're gonna get him off the live. He obviously wasn't doing much for us. It was just kind of saying shit. Low key. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
So, yes and no.
Age, please.
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008, May 19th.
Everybody is 18 today. Hey, listen, for all the older... don't worry about it. You can't control your age. For all the older viewers watching the live stream, if you were a well-established adult and you happen to support Trump, I would love it if you could hop in that queue for me. If the election was held tomorrow, who would you vote for, Trump or Harris?
Honestly, I have literally no idea because I agree with Republican policies. Like I do believe in like abortion and things, but I don't agree with how he does things.
Wait. So you think that abortion should be banned?
No, I don't think abortion should be banned. I think we should give people the choice.
Okay, well, that's not a Republican policy. That's a Democratic policy. Jade, thank you for the galaxy.
I'm sorry. But, like, I don't agree with him. But I also, like, I have no idea, honestly. I feel like...
Okay. Hey, listen.
Actually,
It's
just kick me, honestly, because I have no idea what I'm saying.
Don't worry. I'll get to that
But
here in one moment.
you're
Before I
doing
kick you, here's what I want to tell you. I run these live streams for a reason. Okay? It's not just to try to change the mind of the person that I'm actively debating that I have in the box. It is also to just generally disseminate very important information about the American political system to the viewers of the stream. You told us that you don't know much about politics, kind of blundered. You said that maybe access to abortion was a Republican policy. Don't worry about it, bro. You are okay. That is totally normal. The average American doesn't know anything about politics. So good on you for trying. If I were you, I would tune in. I'd hear me out for what I have to say. And let's see if what I have to say, talking to other people, could help reshift the way that you think about the American political system. Have a good rest of your day, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the box if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. The runner is back. The runner is back. Damn, bro.
What is up, Dean?
Done running? That's great. Love that for you.
You want to say that I'm running? I was just trying to debate you on the panel I was on, but if that's not acceptable, I got an offer for you. Why don't you come on to Taxpaying Americans panel and debate me tomorrow?
Yeah, sorry, I don't give free clout to losers. You could debate me here. You're already here. Why don't we go to take it away? Why do you support Trump?
Is that too much?
Yeah, bro, I'd rather debate you right now.
Is that too much?
It is actually too much for me to platform some loser and give him viewers tomorrow compared to debating you right now while I have you connected to the live stream.
Are you
First
scared?
point I'd like to make here is I don't think that
scared?
No, country. Would you let me speak?
Why aren't you coming? Why don't you debate me somewhere on a panel where it's a fair fight?
So you don't feel like you have a fair fight here?
No, not at all. You control everything here. You got the
Why?
mute button. I already told you. You said, okay, if you want to debate me on a panel with somebody, you got to debate me $25,000.
If I don't mute you, will you debate me here?
You owe me $25,000 if you want to debate me here.
I don't think that you thought this one through, country, because now we
Why
know
don't
that
you
you're
debate
scared.
me on country? Why don't you debate me on Taxpaying Americans, buddy?
Because I have a good opportunity to debate you right now, and I'm not going to give clout to a loser.
You got plenty
First
of
point,
trolls in your
I want you
panel,
to
that's
challenge.
fine.
I want you to
That's fine. You
challenge
got a lot
a
of
single
trolls in your
thing
panel,
that I'm
Dean.
about. I've been letting you speak.
You got
country.
a lot of trolls in your panel, Dean. Do you want to
Hi,
debate
bro.
somewhere where there's not going to be very many trolls?
Hey, thank you, country. Can I speak without you interrupting me?
Do you want to answer the question?
Sure, I'll answer your question if you could let me speak without you interrupting me.
Oh, is it too much for you, Dean? Get your vape out.
No, I'm just waiting to be able to speak. That's
You
all.
want to call me a runner, but you ran away from my panel when I was doing work, so...
Okay.
You ran
Did
away.
you get it? Just let me know when you get it all out, so then I could respond.
Go ahead, just come on. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do this. Hey,
I think that he's
Taxpaying
just gonna leave
American
after
would
he
love
says
to
this.
see you tomorrow on his panel.
He's
We
just
would love
gonna
to
leave
have a
after he
fair
says
debate
this.
somewhere where you can't run away
fair
and control
debate,
everything.
but he's just gonna
and
leave
you
after
are
he
running
says this,
away.
everybody.
You've been called out for weeks.
He's gonna
You won't
accuse me
come
of
in
running
here
away,
and
then he's just gonna
Taxpaying
leave the
American.
live instead of telling me why Trump is a good president. Instead of
I
telling
don't
me
want
why
to debate you
abortion is
here. I'm
wrong.
calling you out.
I know,
You wanna
yeah.
call me out on your live? We're gonna have a call out. Let's do it.
And what specifically are you calling me out to do?
Come and debate me on Taxpaying Americans live tomorrow, and him too.
Okay, and then the
If you're not
reasons.
scared?
Check this out, buddy. The reasons that you gave me for why you want me to debate you on some loser's platform, who I won't give viewers, is because you feel as if you were to debate me here, you would have an unfair debate because I could possibly be muting you. First things
I've proven
first.
it. The first debate we ever
Okay.
had, you muted the shit out of me.
Check this out, buddy.
I actually chicken clucked at you. It's on my page. You can go and look it up. I was like,
We just have a lot of interruptions, which is probably why I did that.
this
First
isn't a
things-
debate.
Okay.
Are you just like so
First
scared
things
to have an
first.
actual conversation?
Says a person interrupting me who's trying to have an actual conversation with you, country.
You do this all the time, Dean.
I'll wait for you to finish.
Are you scared, Dean? Are you going to come onto the panel tomorrow? I'll set up a time with you.
Okay. that
You
sounded
came
like
onto
a-
our
okay.
live
Well,
today. Obviously, it was not a problem to come onto our live and call me out and say, like, oh, he's going to be there in 5 minutes or he's going to be a coward. But I was right there. I called you out. I said, you going to debate me here and now?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I asked. You said, no, I'm not going to be bringing these people over to your panel.
Mm-hmm.
Your panel's doing
waiting
so
for you to
well.
finish.
You had to bring me up because the trolls are trolling you. You're about to cancel the live today. I'm your only opposition right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're hoping that I'll debate you on this panel so that way you can grift off of me. That's not happening. You actually canceled Meg's conversation piece right before you let her talk. You said, I'm going to grift off you, Meg. And then you're like, oh, I'll give you a chance to speak. And then you just disconnected her. That's genuine to you?
All right. Thanks, country. First things
Yeah,
first.
absolutely, no problem.
First things first. The reason why I won't debate you on some random idiots live is because I don't give views to
Because you're scared of him?
Oh, you're interrupting me. Go ahead.
Because you're scared of him?
If I was scared of him, then why have I debated him over 20 times?
But you won't pull him up on your panel.
I'll pull him up right now. You guys could 2v1 me.
I can ask him.
You're acting like I'm scared of two fucking
want me to
idiots
ask him?
with 4 shared brain cells.
25 grand was the exact thing you told me to go and have a debate platform where you're
All right,
not
bro.
gonna
Listen,
be
are you
limited
gonna
to
do
your
it or
mute button.
not? Are you gonna do it or
I'm
not?
not gonna debate
kid?
you today. You're gonna come and debate me.
He's not even gonna debate me with TPA. That's fucking hilarious. All right, bro. Listen. I've been trying to speak the entire time that you've been on this panel, and I've been trying to allow you as much time as you need to finish fucking speaking, so then I could start speaking without you interrupting me, and you haven't allowed me to do that the entire time you've been here. Instead, you've been perpetually interrupting me. Every single moment I've opened up my mouth. So now I'm having to repetitively spam mute you in order to get a word across. The first thing I'll say, you are a clout chaser. I'm not going to debate you on somebody else's live. Country, you need to realize that there are levels to this shit. You are miles beneath me. You are some random fucking redneck from the south with half a brain and maybe five followers on a good day. So if you want to talk to me, you will not be making the demands. I very graciously allowed you to join my panel to have the opportunity to talk to me. And now I'm calling you out to give me one good reason to support Trump as president. And you have none in sight. For everybody watching, this guest will say anything but one good reason to support Trump as president. And by the way, there's not a single soul watching, including souls on the right, that care about you calling me a muter, considering this fact that I spent 10 minutes trying to speak without you interrupting me, and I failed in every single attempt. And now the only way I could speak without being completely spoken over is to have you interrupt me. We're actually going to do something fun. You said that you won't debate me here, so I want to hear you cowered away after listening to your favorite president, Trump, admit to sexual violence.
Obligation to do that.
So you're gonna come and debate me?
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
You're gonna come and debate me then,
everyone's
Dean?
getting dressed and ready and everything else.
Are you coming to
no
debate me,
men are
Dean?
anywhere.
I'll have you tomorrow.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is
What are you scared of?
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there
What are
with
you
no
scared
dress.
of?
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women.
Scared.
And so I sort of get away with things like that.
All right, so what you just heard was an audio clip of the president that you support articulating and stating that he is engaged in sexual violence by barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants to look at them. The first thing I'll say is that the definition of sexual violence is unconsensual sexual action. And he engaged in the sexual action of seeking out the naked bodies of these beauty pageant contestants to then look at them without consent, thereby defining it as an act of sexual violence. Do you accept or do you reject that Donald Trump just admitted to sexual violence?
Do you want to debate tomorrow?
We're going to communicate with our words, not a fucking carrier pigeon that takes 24 hours to get back and forth.
Are you going to engage?
Do you have anything to say about that clip that I just? Do you have anything to say about that clip that I? Do you have anything to say about that clip that I just played to of the president admitting to sexual violence?
Do
you have anything to say about it?
TPA's in there.
These people are obnoxious.
Hey, TPA's in there.
All right, cool, bro.
Let's
Do
go.
you have anything to say about that clip?
Call TPA up. Let's go.
Yeah, bro. He'll be next. He'll be next. You got it.
Go ahead. Bring him up.
I already gave you the opportunity to do a 2v1 and you said no. He'll be next.
Bring him up.
He'll be
I
next.
didn't have an opportunity to talk about him.
So you don't feel like you could debate me one-on-one? You got to do a 2v1? I already gave you that opportunity and you passed it up.
Bring him up.
Sorry, bro. You passed it up. That opportunity's expired.
Bring him up.
The opportunity's expired, little bro.
Bring him up.
I thought I just told you that opportunity has expired.
Told me. You're not in control here, homie.
I think
You're
I am.
Live being dominated.
By a kid that won't even respond to the audio clip that you just heard of your favorite president admitting to sexual violence.
How old am I?
Oh, when I call you a kid, it's not because of how many times your body's been around the sun. It's because of the size and the action of your brain. You maybe have mental
youngster,
acuity
you
of a
got
third
no
grader.
brain. Your vape is deteriorating your brain.
Yeah, bro. I'd rather hit a vape than support a rapist as president. Now, could I please get a response to the audio clip that I just played of Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence?
Taxing, or are you gonna run?
Nah, bro. We're gonna do a 1v1. Already gave you an opportunity for the 2v1,
No,
but
I'm
you
not
passed it
debating
up.
you here right now. It's fine.
So
It's
okay,
fine.
then that's fine. Then leave. If you're not gonna debate me, then leave.
Kick me.
This is sir. This is a debate
Kick me.
live.
Kick me.
All right, bro. Have a good one. Let's go to get the next guest up here. For everybody watching, that's MAGA for you. They literally won't debate. They literally won't debate. For every single person watching this live stream, the reason why I left them up on the live for so long is just to show you guys exactly where MAGA is at. They are so scared of me that they will join this live and say, Dean, I'm too scared to debate you. They will join this live. They will listen to me give an impenetrable argument to prove that their president is a violent sex offender. By the way, if you're curious, the reasons why he quote unquote wouldn't debate me is because my argument was impenetrable. The reasons why he quote unquote wouldn't debate me is because he couldn't even conceive of a possible argument to rebuttal a single word that left my mouth. Because think about it. If he could, he would have. That's MAGA, everybody. That's MAGA for you folks. Let's go to get that next guest up here. Seriously, to the average viewer, to the apolitical individuals tuning in as members of the audience, I really hope that proves something. That you see the left, you see me.
We are Charlie Kirk!
You see the left, you see me. Trying to reach out to people on the right to change their minds. You see the left, you see me. Giving arguments for why their minds should change. And then what do you see the right do? I'm fucking scared, dude. I'm not going to debate you today, Dean. You're scared and you're running away from me because I'm refusing to give a counter argument to you. You're so scared. You're running away from me because I'm refusing to give a counter argument to you, Dean. Because I'm refusing to give a counter argument to you. You are therefore scared and running away from me. All right, bro, we're going to stop clowning the fool. Let's got to get that next guest up here. How embarrassing would it be to be MAGA, dude? I just couldn't even imagine. what a life like that is to live.
Hi.
WM, do you support Trump?
Wait, before I don't, but I just wanted to say that I love the way you handle, like, my English is so bad, I'm so sorry, but
I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kind words. Today we are just looking for Trump supporters. I did disconnect you. Please don't take that as disrespectful. In fact, it is a token of my respect for you. I only platform people that I do not respect because we're looking for some Trump supporters. Welcome in, Sam. Do you support Trump?
What's up? I wouldn't say I support Trump. I support Trump's form of government. And I'm totally open to talking. I don't like the word debate. I like the word, let's have a chat about it.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat, my friend. What are your thoughts on that last Trump supporter who came up here and wouldn't even have a chat about it?
He was not a good debater. He was annoying to say the least. But
yeah, see, it's so that last guy was so bad. I now even have this Trump supporter clowning on him. Okay, how about this? Man, you said that you support his form of government. What do you mean by that?
I don't like. Okay.
Wait, somebody in the chat said, whoa. Somebody in the chat, Patriot Meg in the chat says he's actually a very good debater. I'm going to go to invite Patriot Meg up here. Watch her not join because she's going to be just like him. Dean, we think that you are wrong, but Dean, we will not debate you on why we think you're wrong. Go ahead and take it away, Sam. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, first of all, let's back up a little bit because I don't fully support Trump. I support Trump's form of government and mostly by policy. And I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually owned a nutrition company in the U.S. and you're probably too young to remember, but it was Garcinia Cambogia. It was endorsed by Dr. Oz. We sold millions and millions of bottles of this diet pill.
Okay, so you're like.
So I'm an entrepreneur.
Yeah,
I'm an entrepreneur.
Like King CEO.
No, not at all. No, I'm
okay. You're like capitalism to the max. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. So much nutrition pills. Hey, listen, dude. Did they actually work though?
So I had two women on YouTube what I did is I just gave them free product. And with the product, I said, look, I just want you to give me on YouTube. I want you to make just honest and open videos. And these girls got $4 million or 4 million views per video. So look, I'm in shape. Like I go to the gym always. I don't need a diet pill, but Garcinia Cambogia seemed to work. So I can't answer the question because.
Okay.
You know
well,
what I
here's
mean?
here's
Like,
what
I
I'll
can't
say.
answer-
We're gonna get back to the
Yeah.
debate. Personally,
Let's
I've
do it.
never trusted the diet pills. I've always thought that those were just kind of a scam. Here, Matt. So I want you to be able to tell us why you support Trump. I did invite Meg up because she had said something in the chat. One question
Meg
for you,
wanna
Meg.
speak?
If he was such a good debater, then why didn't he debate me?
Because he wanted you to debate tax-paying American, bro.
Oh, so he didn't want to debate me. He wanted me to debate somebody else other than him.
He didn't want to debate you today, no. He wanted you,
Why do you
and
think
then
that
you
is?
asked for,
Why do you think that is?
because, I mean, earlier he asked you to debate, you said no.
I said
He's not
yes.
going to debate you in like a no, you said no.
I
You said
sought
come
him
to
out.
my live.
I sought him out to invite him to my live.
Yeah, in a situation where you're just going to control the whole situation. Like,
Mm-hmm. Did I? Hey,
I
Meg,
don't
just
think
to,
that's
is it?
control at all, though. Like you can still have a conversation.
Yeah,
Well,
like
yeah, you
did,
can,
did,
you
did I tell
absolutely
him that
can,
if he was
but-
down to debate, I wouldn't mute him? Did I tell him that, Meg?
no, you did. And I'll be honest, like, I think he should have just debated you, but, you know,
Yeah.
that's,
Well, kind of embarrassing, Meg.
I mean, if you say so, I mean, I don't really care. I just
Yeah.
wanted to let you know that TPA is
Yeah.
in the,
That's fucking great. I'm so happy I got his friend to even admit that it was embarrassing. Hey, Mr. CEO, go ahead and take it away. Tell us what policies of Trump's you agree with.
Well, so just going back to that really applies to tariffs, and so listen. My son is actually 22 now. He just graduated from college. He's an amazing young man, and let me just give you one example. So don't call me a CEO. It's kind of patronizing, but
okay, sorry.
As an entrepreneur. I was trying to compete all over the world, right? So I was trying to compete in Canada, wherever else I could sell. And Canada at the time, and still does to this day, has a 30% tariff.
Mm-hmm.
So really it made it so that I couldn't compete in Canada. So the point is, a lot of people I don't think really understand the tariff policy. And I feel like if they really did understand it, they would understand that, look, all he's doing is just trying to make it so that American companies can compete. Because, you see what I'm saying?
Okay, here's what I'll say in response.
Yeah.
I have evidence to prove Donald Trump's tariff policy has not made American manufacturers better off in the slightest. If I could give you hard and damning evidence to demonstrate that his tariff policy has not made American manufacturers better off in the slightest, but has rather hurt American manufacturers, would you agree that maybe this is not a policy of Trump's that we should support?
I don't really know what proof means. I think that from my perspective, just, as an entrepreneur, as a company owner, and this is former, like this is 5 years ago. I sold the company. But I'm just saying that okay, would you agree that Americans have been spoiled by Chinese cheap labor for 20 years?
It depends on the specific product.
No, man, come on, be honest. Like
I said, it depends on the
clothing,
specific product, but in many senses, yes.
Now I'm a developer, so I know
fast
all
fashion,
about
yeah.
Chinese goods. So in essence, Chinese people, you would agree, work for almost nothing. It's slave labor.
It depends. It's not always true.
It depends on why would you say that?
Because there are many Chinese companies that take care of their employees, but the reason why the price of their goods are so lower because of government subsidies from the CCP.
And what companies are those that take care of their employees?
There are many positions at BYD that are pretty high.
You keep saying many, but who?
BYD.
Well, what is BYD?
It's a really big automotive manufacturer in China.
Okay. Automotive manufacturer. What does that mean?
They make cars. They make really cool cars.
Okay, so a Chinese. So why do they sell those cars in the U.S.?
No, they can't.
So we put a tariff on their cars so they can't sell them.
Yeah, they can't sell them at all. They should be able to because they're awesome. Listen, I'm going to give you
I
my
think
evidence.
I've seen them. I
Yeah,
think I've seen these cars.
They're like
These are
super fucking cool.
These are the SUVs that are like $70,000.
But just have like all of the trinkets.
I
Listen,
understand.
I want to give you my evidence that Trump is bad for manufacturers.
Okay, please do.
And I'm probably going to end the conversation after that and move on to the next guest because it kind of sounds like you didn't really come up here for a, let me see if I could demonstrate to you why you're wrong. You just kind of come up here to have a conversation, which, is
I'm
fun,
not here to argue with you.
Okay, check this out. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. This shows the levels of quarterly investment into American manufacturers. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw the largest boom in recorded history of investment into American manufacturers. But then as soon as Donald Trump was inaugurated and started to implement his tariffs, that investment went down every single quarter, and in fact,
what is this corporate manufacturer? What is this? To the top left, I can't read the whole thing.
Yeah, this tracks the private fixed investment into
corporate. What does that mean exactly? So
FRED means Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis.
Okay, so you're talking about actually when you say corporate investments, what exactly are you talking about?
We're talking about any and all private investments made into American manufacturers.
Private investments, but bro. This is where I'm going to totally disagree with you. As an entrepreneur, I think Donald Trump has made it so much more lucrative. Not lucrative. Lucrative is a bad word. I think so much more. He's incentivized foreign investment into the United States with number one, the first thing in being AI. Look at all the trillions of dollars that he's brought in, because he realizes the importance of AI.
So that claim's just not true. The White House has lied about the level of investment that they've gotten from other countries into America. We know that they've lied because they've changed their numbers. Plus, the raw data of the level of investment into manufacturers can't be contested, and that data is showing a very sharp downward trend in the level of investment into American manufacturers. Not to mention that other data also resembles this as a fact, such as the fact that last year in 2025, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years since 2010. We had the worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recessions, only added 186,000 jobs compared to 2.2 million the year before. Thank you. And we also had the highest level of unemployment and layoffs since the pandemic. American businesses are suffering. American manufacturers are suffering. The tariffs are hurting American manufacturers, and that's a fact.
Well, have you looked at the city of Detroit in the last,
Well, I don't look at specific cities. I look at the country as a whole, and I look at data that represents the country as a whole.
What the Democratic liberal policy has really incentivized is investment of corporate America and entrepreneurs like myself outside of the U.S. because we can park our money outside. How much money does Apple have parked outside the USA? And actually, they brought back in because of Donald Trump in office.
Hey, listen, if that claim were true, that Democrats incentivize businesses to move out of America and Donald Trump is incentivizing businesses to move into America, then we would not see the trends in the data that I just showed you. Under Biden, a Democrat, lots of jobs, lots of businesses opening, massive levels of investment, specifically into manufacturing facilities in America, not outside of America, in America. 250-year record low, historical low levels of unemployment. I mean, I could just go on and on all day with the data. And that same data is negatively reflected under Trump. Listen, words can lie. Listen, one last thing I want to say here. Words can lie, but data cannot lie. The data says that American manufacturers were significantly better off a year and a half ago under Biden than they are today under Trump. I would actually challenge you to name one macroeconomic variable that is representative of manufacturers in America that are performing better, that is better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden.
Well, I think the policies that Trump has literally drill, baby, drill, the policies that Trump has literally enacted is slowly bringing manufacturing back. And that's the whole purpose. Like you would agree that just because you change a policy, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to literally change overnight. You know what I mean? Like it's literally, it's going to take a while because look, Obama, and I'm not even going to get into that, but Obama's policy drove these auto manufacturers, drove everyone away. They went to China. They went to Mexico. That's why Detroit has literally decimated. Detroit's gone. And that's why I asked you, have you been to Detroit lately?
Listen,
our automotive
I feel
industry
like
has basically been decimated.
I feel like I'm trying to have a conversation about the data. I'm trying to have a conversation about the facts. I'm trying to have a conversation about the demonstrable and provable macroeconomic trends, and you're not. I'm from my perspective, I'm giving you data that is contrary and dismisses the claims that you're making. And this data is coming from meaningful and reputable institutions like the Bureau of Labor Statistics, like the Federal Reserve, like the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. And because this data exists, and because this data proves
show me the
that
data. Well, you showed me one macroeconomical data.
I'm gonna try this.
What I'm saying is money's coming in, no doubt. Money is 100% coming into it's just not. And I'm just supposed to take your word that money's just coming in.
You're not supposed to take my word for it. You're supposed to take the Federal Reserve's word for it.
That one chart that you threw up, I'm just supposed to take your word for it.
I mean, that chart was
and everyone else is too.
That chart was specifically representative of the money coming in. Like, yeah.
What I'm telling you is I'm speaking to you as an entrepreneur, and I'm telling you the reason. Let me tell you something. I'm a developer now in the Dominican Republic. I'm from America. I'm an American entrepreneur. Why did I leave? Tell me, why did I leave?
I can't tell you why you did something.
You know exactly why. I am so fed up with the American political system, especially the left. I don't want to be there. I don't want the government to dictate how I run my business. I don't want the government to make jobs, to create jobs. I don't want you want to pay more tax? I don't. Listen, you
still are. You're an American citizen.
You think you're correct, but you think that if I pay less tax, I'm just going to put it in my pocket. But what I'm telling you as an entrepreneur is we don't think like that. We want to grow our company. We want to employ more people. That's how we think.
Yeah, bro. And as an entrepreneur, you should know that what you reinvest back into your company is deductible. Holy.
What is that? I don't even know what that means. Holy what? What does that mean?
Your company brings in $10 million in revenue in a given fiscal year. Okay, all of a sudden you have a workforce of like 100 employees and operating costs that like resolve at around 57% of your top line revenue. Okay, well, everything that you pour into your operating costs, everything that you pay your employees, everything that you invest into your equipment, including the depreciation of that equipment, is completely tax deductible. You're not paying taxes on that. So when you say, "Oh, I want my taxes to be lower so I could pay more to my employees. I want my taxes to be lower so I could invest more into my business." Well, in fact, what you pay your employees, what you invest in your business is completely out of consideration of what you are taxed, because it is not taxed, because that is what you spend from your revenue, and then what you dump into your. Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
Listen, man, I'm gonna let you respond. Then I'm gonna let you respond. Then I'm gonna move on to the next guest, because it's just kind of been unproductive, dude.
No, I think it's been productive. Okay. We're just going back and forth.
All right, man. What's your response, please?
No, my response is, why is Apple parking trillions of dollars overseas versus bringing it back in the USA?
Well, they were never in the USA
under Democratic control. Why does Apple all of a sudden want to bring that money back in the USA?
They're not bringing money back into the USA.
They're not.
With the advent of every single election, with the nomination of a new president, they announce a brand new investment into American manufacturing in an attempt to get on the good side of the new president. In the same way they did that with Trump in 2024, they did that with Biden in 2020 and Donald Trump in 2016. But we know that you are fucking wrong, sorry for cursing, when you say that businesses are moving back to America, or else we wouldn't have all-time low levels of investment into our manufacturers, or else we wouldn't have 15-year high levels of manufacturing bankruptcies.
Honestly, bro, I think that's a totally false narrative that you're saying. And listen, I'm going to tell you.
That's what the data says. My source, my source that investment is down is the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. My source that last year we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years.
What source?
I just told you. The Federal Reserve.
So your source is the Federal Reserve saying that we're not bringing any money any more money into the country under Republican control.
less and less and less every single quarter.
Homie, 100% right. And I'm sorry, but you and I disagree on that.
But that's not you disagreeing with me. That's you disagreeing with the Federal Reserve and the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Let me just finish with this before you disconnect me.
Oh,
I
sorry,
want you to
bro.
know. Like,
I'm sorry,
I
Sam.
want it all.
I'm sorry, Sam. I am going to disconnect you now. Sorry, dude. Sorry, Sam. Sorry. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be here for debate, please. Also, be willing to, like, actually intellectually discuss the topics at hand. Let's go to get that next guest connected if you want to fucking help pay for my therapy, because goddamn I need it. You can find my Venmo and my PayPal on the link in the bio on TikTok. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Oh, you're back for more TPA?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I remember the last time I talked to you, you said that you were never going to debate me again.
No. I said I wasn't going to come to your live, which is why I'm here inviting you to my live tomorrow on July 4th.
Fucking clout chaser? No.
Well, Country just absolutely cooked you when he was up here because
so
when
true.
Country's talk.
He cooked me without making a point. On God, dude.
Well, you ran away from him when you went to his live. But
so
Dean,
true, dude.
First off, I got to say,
and that's why I was trying to give him an argument that he wouldn't respond to. And then even his friend Meg joined the stream and said, I'm kind of surprised that he didn't respond to your argument. He should have. So true. Okay. Dude, you're so delusional.
Respectfully to Meg, she was wrong. Country's point, and by the way, giant L to that Sam guest that was just up here. That guy clearly has never watched you before. The point that Country's making is the same point I'm making. As I've cooked you here, I have come to your live 12 times. And all you do is mute. You do it to everybody. So that's why Country wanted to debate you.
When did I mute the last guest?
Well, that guy was giving you the Sam 9000, so that's why you didn't treat him how
you
normally
when did I mute Meg?
You and Meg didn't debate. You did drop her the other day.
I had a debate with her yesterday.
And you dropped her before she could respond.
I dropped her after 30 minutes of her saying, Dean, you're right, but I disagree with you without any reason.
Well, Dean, honest question. Can you sit here?
So just to clarify, are you here for a debate or are you here to clout chase? 5 seconds on the clock to answer.
I want to debate you, but all you do is
what's
mute,
one macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden? Since you're here for a debate.
I want to debate you, but you got to come to my live right now or come tomorrow. Dude, I've beaten you 12 times.
What a fucking clout chaser. They're all clout chasers. Mag is so scared of me. Dude, listen, I could say anything. I could say literally anything. Donald Trump has sexually exploited naked women by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at them undressed. Donald Trump has destroyed the economy.
Okay, let me
there is not
to that
one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden.
Hey, well, kiddo, I guess I'll respond to your dressing room thing, but at some point you got to be brave, and I really believe in you, Bubba, that you can come to my live. So when you kick me and I go live, come to my live now or come tomorrow.
We know you want the clout, dude. Not happening.
So for the dressing room thing, I have a clarifying question. So you claim that he went into the dressing rooms, right?
True that.
So out of the 4,000 contestants in all of the years that he's owned pageants, how many claimed he went into dressing rooms?
Literally every single person who said that they remembered this happening to them.
Not answering my question. How many? Out of 4,000 contestants in all of this decades that he owned pageants, how many said he went into the dressing room? It's roughly 4,000 contestants, young man. So how many?
So first things first, they didn't ask all 4,000 beauty pageant contestants. Second thing, because they didn't ask all 4,000 beauty pageant contestants and only reached out to a handful, only a handful could say yes. Third thing, I believe the approximate estimate is around 8 to 13. But fifth thing, every single person who remembered this happening to them said that it happened in the dressing rooms, including the women who were defending Trump. And last thing, it doesn't matter. 0 of them could have said that they remembered this happening to them, and I would still have an argument that he did this to them. Would you like to know what that argument is? You would?
No,
Perfect.
I want to respond to the lies
Particularly
you just said.
the
See,
fact
no, you gotta let me talk.
he
You gotta let me talk. So this is why you gotta
admitted
come to my
it.
live. You gotta
Maybe
come to
the
my live
fact
when
that
you
he
didn't
admitted
admit
to
it.
it
He didn't
is
say dressing
pretty
room.
meaningful
You're
here
lying. So why are
in the
you lying right now,
determination
young
that
man?
he did it.
He never. I'll give you $1 million, and I will be really nice, and I'll take your girlfriend out for an ice cream cone if you can play a clip of him saying that he went into a dressing room. Because he says backstage, and then you're going to try and act like he was inferring dressing room, but he said backstage. You cannot play a clip of him saying dressing room. Now I'm going to respond to the first things you just said there, though.
Yeah.
First off, just like the BuzzFeed article reached out to 49 of the 51 contestants for the teen pageant, even though his quote is talking about the adult pageants, buddy, just like they reached out to them, other girls who they did not reach out to came out and claimed he went into the dressing room. My point of asking you, young man, out of the 4,000 contestants, how many have ever publicly came out and claimed he went into the dressing room? And guess what, young man who makes fun of the deceased and is friends with people who support the killing of Charlie Kirk, you sickos? The answer is 4, which is 0.1%. That's 0.1%. Do not gift me here on this Sicko's live. Come to my live when he kicks me. I don't care about the money.
He's
though.
up here. He's
It's
up here
about
to grift for views. That's
don't
all
care
he-
about the money.
'cause
Don't care about the money.
He
It's
knows
about
that he's going to
calling-
get broiled in the
it's about
debate, so he
calling
might as well try to get some
bullies
followers from
like
it.
you that speak ill of the deceased when they were nothing but loving to you. But you're also a liar, and you need to be taught a lesson here. So I'm gonna leave
Teach
on my
me a
own
lesson.
accord when I finish this sentence, and you are.
Oh, you're just gonna leave?
My live.
Okay, then I'm gonna
It is
mute you and I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong. So first and foremost, you said that he never directly
0.1%
used the phrase dressing room. Yeah, no fucking shit, Batman. We could refer to concepts without stating explicitly what they are. Like, for instance, if you think that a woman is an adult human female, and I told you that I was dating an adult human female, you would say that I'm telling you I'm dating a woman, even though I never used the word woman. If I told you that I was sitting on a 2x2
This is
wooden
why.
plank sturdily affixed
to
to
me.
the ground with 4 legs with sturdy back support,
Didn't even
you
let me
would say
respond.
I'm telling
Didn't even
you
let me
I'm
respond.
sitting in a chair, even though I
Giant L.
never explicitly used the word chair.
Giant L.
And if you weren't going to run away after you quote unquote finish your sentence, as you stated, well, then the next question that I would have asked you is, could you define what a dressing room is without using the word dressing room? Because what you would probably say is what?
he never said
a private space for women only where they go into to get changed. And then Donald Trump is like, well, I'd go backstage into the space where men were not anywhere, that I broke a rule by entering because he quote unquote got away with it. And then the women inside were naked and changing. And then every woman who remembered that it happening to them said that it happened in the dressing rooms. And you can't call them all liars, because what would your excuse be? Oh, Dean, they're lying to make money and defame the best president of all time because I'm a fucking nerd.
Response is,
well, then you wouldn't know how to deal with the fact that Veronica Hughes, a woman that competed at Miss
Disagree with
USA,
you.
came out and publicly defended Trump. But the way that he defended Trump wasn't by saying, oh, it never happened in the dressing rooms. No, she defended Trump by saying, admittedly, it did happen in the dressing rooms, just like Dean Withers is saying. But he would just make sure that we had our clothes on first, which must have been another instance from what Donald Trump was referring to in the clip, because he said that they had no clothes on. Now, earlier, you also made a point out of saying, well, Dean, the reason why you shouldn't believe that it happened in the dressing
You're
rooms
such a coward.
is
You gotta let
because
people
out
talk.
of the
So I'm gonna
4,000
respond to
beauty pageant contestants,
why.
it was only like 0.01% of them that said it happened in the
Such a
dressing
coward.
rooms.
Such a-
Well, we know that it either happened in the dressing rooms or the general backstage
lies.
area because that's what Trump said. So here's a question. What percentage of those 4,000 beauty pageant contestants said that it happened in the general backstage area? Oh, wait, I'll give you the answer. 0%. Not 0.001% like you said about the dressing rooms, thereby, even from your own argument,
You just
the
won
most
for me.
probable
Thank you for
hypothesis
winning the argument.
of where this occurred would have
I
been
appreciate
in the
you
dressing
winning
rooms.
the argument for me, kiddo. Thank you so much. I actually don't even need to respond to that because in what you just ranted there, you won it for me. You literally see your whole claim. And by the way, let's keep in mind, this is Dean who supports men that say they're women going into the women's spaces. So it's actually comical that you're even going on about this. But first off, 0.1% is the point. That is 4 people out of 4,000 to ever claim he even went in the dressing rooms, one of which who completely rebukes and rejects your premise that it was anything nefarious, okay? That's the point. Now,
okay, well,
he
that's
never
just
said
wrong.
dressing room. He said backstage. Hold on. And
I could
again,
name
I'm
more
leaving right
than
after.
4.
Just let me say that. All right, you're invited to my live. Come to my
Mariah
live right now.
Bellato, the
You
3
just
other
muted
teams
me.
from Miss Teen
You just
USA,
muted me. Hold on,
Veronica
listen.
Hughes,
This is
and then
why,
Miss
buddy.
Arizona from
This
2001.
is
That's
why
5 people right there. You're
country
already
didn't
wrong
talk
with
to
your
you here.
analysis
Look, you're
about 4
literally
people.
proven right now, young man, why country did not want to debate you here. Because this is how you act. And just be careful of the world you're creating, you sicko. Now,
Are you gonna
Donald
run
Trump
yet?
never said dressing room. Victoria Hughes, who you're using, completely disagrees with you. Do you understand how asinine it is that you're trying to say he barged into the dressing rooms to sexually exploit these women? Well, per that logic, you sexually exploit women and support sexually exploiting women because you want men that say they're women to be able to go in the women's bathroom. Okay? Per that logic, one could argue because you support men that say they're women.
Wait. This guy does think that trans women using the women's restroom is sexual exploitation. Therefore, he does accept that what Trump did was sexual exploitation. Why the fuck would you make that argument? You're saying, oh, Dean, per your logic and your argument that determines Donald Trump is a sexual predator, so are trans women.
No,
You
here's the
actually
difference.
think
Here's
that
the
trans
difference.
women are
Here's the
sexual predators.
difference.
And if you
Here's
think
the
that's a
difference.
logical equivalency to Trump, then by your own argument,
all
you
the
accept
mutes.
that Donald Trump
No.
is a sexual predator. But by the
Not
way,
at all.
I
Not at all. It's
completely
not my
reject
point.
that
Look at
trans
you.
women
See,
are
look at
sexual
you. You're
predators.
just
And I
muting and
completely
cutting me off.
reject
See,
that
this
it's
is
sexual
why.
exploitation
So afraid
for
of me.
trans
You
women
make
to
me
use
feel
a women's
very good.
restroom.
How
But of
afraid
course,
you
you
are
want to
of me. It
pivot
makes
to
me
that
feel really
topic
good that
because
you're
you're afraid about
absolutely
debating me
petrified of
on
me.
the merits
It's
of
just
the
like you
character
don't wanna
of the
debate
president
about
that
anything
you
because
support.
You know the truth will always prevail over your disgusting
Which is
lies,
why
you
I get
sicko.
25,000 viewers and you get maybe 50 on a good day.
You
The
get
truth
bots
will
in here. What are you
prevail.
talking about? 26,000 people. Okay, look at you just muting me still.
Not me, bro.
First
Not
off,
me,
you get-
dude. That's hilarious, though.
Well, racist Santana or Princess Parker did it. But either way,
crashing. He's
Daniel,
crashing.
I'm crashing as you're muting, screaming, and
I
literally.
thought I just told you that wasn't me.
You're
My
crying.
hands are dry.
You're crying, buddy. You're falling apart. Now hold on. That is not my point. My point
Obviously.
is you support
Duh.
sexually exploiting. You support sexually exploiting women because you think if a man says he's a woman, he's allowed to go in the woman's restroom. Just because you have never actually interacted with a woman, because nobody believes your fake news girlfriend even exists.
Then why did you say you wanted to take her to get ice cream? You contradicted yourself.
Because I wanted to take your imaginary
Just go-
girlfriend to get imaginary ice cream.
Yeah,
No, I
work
just
your way out of
responded,
it, buddy.
buddy.
Oh
I
yeah,
just
work your way out of it.
responded.
Just go
I
ahead.
just responded.
My apologies for interrupting
Alright,
you. Go ahead.
So the point is, all right. So when I finish this sentence, I'm going live.
Yeah,
I'm
bro,
gonna
you
change
gotta
my
run.
OnlyFans.
I understand. It's fine.
What you did? Oh well. Question: did you just
fine, you can
spam mute me for 5 minutes and cut me off the entire time, or no?
Nah, bro, you're actually fucking delusional, dude. This guy's losing
Oh
his
no,
mind.
I wasn't spam muted by Princess
This-
Parker or
this
racist
guy,
Santana.
this guy's
or any of the
actually
other
like
racists
losing
that
his
support-
mind. Hey,
Well, I
listen.
would actually
By the way,
completely-
the reason why you're wrong about your equivocation of trans women is because
No, well, I
sexual
didn't even
violence
get
is
to
just
say my
defined as
point. You
any
muted me and then
unconsensual
cut me
action.
off.
And
I
the
didn't
reason
even
why
get to say-
trans
I
women
didn't
are
even
not
get to say
engaging
my
in an
point. Buddy, I
unconsensual
didn't even
sexual
get to say
action when
my
they use the
point. You cut me
restrooms
off. How
is
about I
because
finish
A,
my
taking a
point?
piss is
How
not a
about I
sexual
finish my
action,
point
and
then
B,
maybe we can
restrooms
try
should
and
be
refute my
separate on the
point? How are you
basis
gonna
of gender
refute my point
identity
if you don't even
compared
know
to
what my point
biological
was? I'm
sex
genuinely curious
because it's
about
just
that,
simply
buddy.
safer for the
Excuse me,
cis
kiddo.
women and the
Excuse me,
trans
kiddo.
women inside
How
of the
are you gonna
space.
refute
The
my
reason
claim
why
if
I'd
you
say
don't even know
that
what my claim
is because if
because
we
you
were to
didn't
rather
ever let me
separate the
actually
restrooms on the
talk. You
basis
just
of biological
muted me
sex,
and
then
then kept
trans
interrupting,
men
and
who
now
are
you're ranting
biologically
about something that you
female
don't even
would
know
be
about.
using the woman's restroom. But
Oh, that
because
was
of the
you. We saw
effect
the
of
hand move on that one,
testosterone
bud.
of
That was
any
your- that was
human
you
body, including that of trans men,
Giant-
they could be just as or even
So
more
this is why-
masculine presenting on average compared to cis men.
Embar-
And because of this, that essentially opens up the door to the woman's restroom to cis men who would want to then go into that space, pretend they're trans men, and take advantage of individuals inside of that space. Basically, separating the restrooms on the basis of gender identity simply allows for the door to not be as wide open for
All you're
more
doing is
masculine
muting and
presenting
ranting right now. You
individuals
don't even know what my
to go
opinion
inside
is.
of
You
that
didn't let me
space.
talk. Excuse
But
me,
of
kiddo.
course,
This is
you
why I'm
wanted
12
to
and 0
change
against
the
you, by the way,
debate
because
to
every time
should
all you
trans
do is
women be
lie.
able to
No,
use the women's
it's actually
restroom compared to
directly pertinent
did
to the
Donald Trump
conversation.
sexually
You
exploit
brought up
women
an
when he
example, and
barged
the
into their
answer is no,
dressing rooms
because
to look
no
at their naked
allegations of
bodies?
sexual misconduct arose from that. this, buddy. You have 4 girls out of 4,000 one of which defended him, and then 2 that are politically motivated. You seem asinine to every viewer watching this. No one is buying your BS. That is why Donald J. Trump won in record numbers, because you had an open border.
How many people buy my bullshit? Let me know if you buy my bullshit in that comment section.
Amendment. You wanted to mandate the COVID vaccine that can kill people with side effects, you sicko. You want to infringe upon the Second Amendment, and Kamala Harris did not. And she, to this day,
by the way, check out how he hasn't responded to a single point that I made the whole time.
Buddy.
It's hilarious.
That is why you lost.
And that's why actually, that's why you just lost, because you pivoted away from every single point that I made, and I doubt that you'll let me speak more than 5
because you didn't even let me respond to the original conversation that we're talking about, buddy. So quite frankly, at this point,
isn't it funny to watch him crash out?
I wanted the 25,000 people. If you think this
so
is a
funny.
crash out,
it's funny that
if you
he's
think
like
this
about
is
to
a
leave
crash
after the
out,
crash out,
then you've never seen an accident in your life, bud.
I know that you have.
Absolute
You see one every single time you look in the mirror.
Wow, really good one. Between you and I, who do you think's being a little bit more composed here? The guy that's constantly muting and interrupting the other guy, or the guy like me that's about to mute up and give you the floor for a second to say whatever you want, bud?
I'd argue the guy who's actually acquainted with reality. And that's me.
Well, you're the guy that thinks men can be women, so what reality are you living in?
And you're the guy that thinks men can rape women and then be president. What reality are you
Absolutely
living
not.
in?
I hate rapists,
Also,
and I think they should be buried
by the
beneath
way,
the depths of hell,
for the
and I
claim
completely agree
that men
with Charlie
can be
Kirk that
women,
they should be
you
publicly
first have to
executed.
pre-assume
You support
your
somebody
definitions
that wanted
of
to
what a
protect
man
rapists.
or what a woman
you support
is.
somebody
In
that allowed
order
a
to
rapist
and
to
see
come
the
waltzing on in
composed
over
guest,
an open border
the
when she
composed
decided
guest
to
won't
end
even let me
remain-
speak.
Well, you didn't let me
he's going to
talk at
start
all. You brought
yapping
it here,
about the
but I'll tell you
border
what.
because he
I'll
can't
tell you
hold it
what.
together about Donald
I'll
Trump
tell you
barging
what.
into the dressing rooms of women.
I'll
By the
tell
way,
you
just
what.
for everybody watching,
I'll tell you
if
what.
this guest was
Unlike
successful
you,
in his arguments,
I forgive
he would
you, and
let
I'll
me
mute up.
speak.
Go ahead, bud.
If this guest was successful in his arguments, well, then he wouldn't need to bring up the border in a conversation about Donald Trump barging into dressing rooms. That is very clearly an attempt to pivot away from the substance of the dialogue, because he knows if he stays on track with the substance of the dialogue, he will lose. So in fact, here's what we're going to do, everybody. This is going to be absolutely hilarious. This is going to be a complete blowout. I think that everybody watching is really going to enjoy this next move. I'm going to pull out the whiteboard on this motherfucker. Okay. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to clarify the reasons why you reject that on Howard Stern's radio show, Donald Trump admitted to barging into dressing rooms. And I want you to clarify them while being as succinct, direct, and short as possible. I will then write down the reasons that you give, hopefully word for word, as long as you're able to be as succinct as possible, and then I will go through and debunk them one by one. Pulling out the whiteboard is legitimately my favorite time of the day. So why don't you go ahead and take it away? Clarify one by one the reasons why you reject the claim that on Howard Stern's radio show, Donald Trump did admit to barging into the dressing rooms of beauty pageant contestants. Go ahead.
Which beauty pageants, teen or adult?
We'll talk about the adults at Miss USA.
Well, no, clarifying question. Okay,
yeah,
so
we'll talk about the
concede-
adults at Miss USA.
Okay, but hold on. The Howard Stern show, it's talking about the adult pageant, which is what you're asking about, bud.
Yeah, bro, that's fine. We could pre-assume that. Go ahead. What are the reasons?
You should run every live with the whiteboard up. Your face is honestly repulsive, so I appreciate the whiteboard up right now. Are we talking about the adult pageant or the teen pageant, bud?
I just told you we could start with the adults.
Okay. I don't think he went into the dressing room because he never said dressing room. You're going to try and, be a detective with like a red dot and string attaching to another red dot on a giant wall through all this stuff. But the reality is he never said dressing room. You're going to try and act like he was describing a dressing
Remember,
room.
I'm asking you for the clear and succinct reasons why you reject the claim that he barged into the dressing room. You're going to run. He's going to run because I pulled out the whiteboard.
No. You ran from Country Revival, and you are running from me by
You're running from giving the reasons.
You are interrupting me right now.
Because you got off topic. I asked you for the clear and succinct reasons. Then you started talking about what you thought my counter arguments were.
I'm literally talking about the pageants.
All right, bro. Run through the rest of your clear and succinct reasons in as little words as possible.
Gonna go live when you kick me, kiddo. Be brave one day. You can bring racist Santana and Princess Parker all 1v3 fools, because all you do is lie.
Racist Santana
All right. So everybody
Parker,
listening right now,
everyone
it doesn't need to be this way. There's still hope. Be like Charlie Kirk that wanted civil discourse.
way.
Jesus is king. This
Jesus-
guy and all of his friends make jokes about
Jesus
Charlie being
is
dead all the
king.
time, and I will be posting that on my YouTube.
Bro, so just to
God
clarify,
bless you.
I asked you for the clear and succinct
God
reasons
bless-
why Donald Trump did
I'm
not admit
going
to
live.
barging into the dressing rooms of
Going
naked
live.
women and girls.
God
And then
bless-
you got
I'll
through
stay till
one.
the
You
kick-
said that Donald Trump
God
never
bless
said
you.
dressing rooms.
Going
And then you
live.
said racist Santana and Princess Parker. And then you said
Going live,
everybody
guys.
listening, it doesn't need to be
Going
this
live.
way. And then you said Jesus is king. So just to clarify, can you... oh, he left. All right, bro. Listen, guys. Even though he left, we're actually going to methodically debunk every reason that he provided why Donald Trump did not barge into the dressing rooms of beauty pageant contestants. Let's start with the first one. Trump never said dressing rooms. You're right. Donald Trump never said the explicit phrase dressing rooms. The reason why that does not matter is because he explicitly referred to dressing rooms by saying he'd walk into a space that men aren't allowed, where only women were allowed, where the inside of that space, naked and changing. First reason, debunked. What's the second reason? Racist Santana and Princess Parker. Debunked. Everybody listening, it doesn't need to be this way. Okay. So the argument is, Donald Trump did not barge into the dressing rooms of naked women because, quote unquote, everybody listening, it doesn't need to be this way. Yeah, bro. We're going to go ahead and debunk that one too. Okay. What about the last one? Jesus is king. Yeah, bro, let's just put the red on it and move on to the next guest, dude. They hate the whiteboard, and it is so funny. It is so funny. It is personally my favorite part of the stream when we pull out the whiteboard. Landon, thank you for the galaxy. Do you guys just see how the moment I pull out the whiteboard and I ask them to be clear and succinct in their line of reasoning, they just fucking lose their shit? Honestly, we need to pull it out more often. We've maybe pulled out the whiteboard 7 times on the live stream this year. And 5 of those 7 times, the guest has then just gone on this tremendously downward spiral, completely lost their fucking shit, and then left the live. They just can't handle it, dude. They can't handle being accountable for what they say. Santana, we got you loading up into the box. It doesn't look like you're loading in. Just thought I'd say your name in case you happen to be able to hear me, but you're not on your phone. Austin, do you support Trump?
Yes, I think he's pretty cute.
All right, bro. Hop out. Hop out, dude. Couple people to thank over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Rolf, for the $100 donation. Rolf, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much, Rolf, for everybody watching. I want to see 1,000 Rolf W's down below. That is ROLF. Thank you very much for the love and support, Rolf. You are the absolute GOAT. Please do show some love to Rolf down below. And then Delphium, thank you so much for the $20, who says, just glad to have witnessed such extraordinary comedy. Delph, they are so fucking insane, dude. This is why I say at the beginning of the stream every single day that if you're new here, lock in because you're in for a treat. Because this is supposed to be just a forum where we talk to each other. They can't fucking do it. Rolf, thank you for another $20 as well. Let's get to another 200 Rolf W's down below. Puppy, thank you for the £2. Rise, thank you for the $10, who says, are there any progressive content creators you'd recommend? Adam Ockler, BTC, Midas Touch. I like Adam Ockler. He's a friend of mine. Big fan, big fan, big fan. Welcome in, Santana.
That was to have a string of people back to back to back that didn't want to debate but wanted to cry about debating is the most insane thing ever. Like, I've never seen someone cry about not debating while not debating.
Yeah, unfucking believable, dude. It just like, what it shows to anybody with a brain is that these people are just so scared of me. Because if they weren't, they give the argument. Coffee SMR, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
You're a child, quite frankly. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not loading in either.
Yeah, TikTok is being glitchy.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll work through it. For everybody hanging out with us today, make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends, folks. Hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Also, guys, something that I was considering lately, I know that DSA has been increasingly popular across the country. We've been seeing socialist candidates win across the country. For those that don't know, I'm a social democrat, which means I am not a socialist and I'm not a communist. I'm just pretty progressive. But I was thinking it would probably be a good thing to start having more conversations between people like me who are social democrats but are not socialists or communists, and socialists or communists. You know what I mean? So what would you guys think about that? If people like me who are progressive but not a socialist or communist started having more conversations with people who are socialists or communists, just because we see this interesting confliction between establishment liberals, progressive liberals like me, and socialists and communists who just reject liberalism as a whole. I think that would be pretty cool. I've actually maybe been considering going on the live stream of a couple people who maybe disagree with me in that sense and just talking to them about what's going on in the nation around us. You know, if you guys have any cool suggestions, let me know down below. I think it would be awesome, you know, just to like start that dialogue, because I think that we need that dialogue as a nation. It's nothing about like me talking to one person, but more so a symbol of attempting to bridge the gap between progressive liberalism and socialism / communism to see what the future of the Democratic Party has to entail. You know what I mean? So I know that a lot of people throw Hassan around there. You know, I think I see people saying Madeline Pendleton, you know, I mean, like, Dog, thank you so much for that ignition check. I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be really cool. Just to see what the future of the left looks like. You know, regardless if you agree with Hassan and the Madeline Pendletons of the world, you disagree with the Hassans and the Madeline Pendletons of the world, just to like have that conversation. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Nugget. Do you support Trump?
Hi. I just want to ask you how you're doing, because I know over the past couple of days you've been a bit down over because of all the trolling, and I just want to ask how you're doing and how are you feeling today?
Oh, I've been doing all right. Thanks for asking, man. How old are you?
I'm 18. I don't support Trump or MAGA. Fuck Trump. I just want to ask how you're doing and see if you're feeling any better.
Well, that's kind of you. Hey, thank you so much for that cool ass little
Leo.
Yeah, thank you for the Leo. Dude, I just got back-to-back misinformation flags from TPA.
That's not shocking.
Yeah, shit. Back-to-back flags. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe seeing, like, I don't know, like the largest, you know, leftist streamers, Hassan. I would like to have a conversation with Hassan. I
think he would be with it. I mean,
yeah.
You know, obviously from your stuff that he's been reviewing lately, and then also his political stance that he's been taking with the Democratic Socialists. I think that's worth doing.
Yeah. Plus, it's just like so meaningful. It's so meaningful. You know, it's like DSA is now very prevalent within the elections across the midterms. Mm-hmm. There's now interesting conflicts between progressives that are still liberals and maybe socialists and communists. I think it'd be cool to have a conversation with Hassan. Not even like to have a debate, but just to see like if a progressive liberal and a leftist can agree, or what the conflicts are, to talk about their disagreements. You know, to see where like we stand in juxtaposition to one another.
Scored a couple 11 minutes later to tie it up.
Truth, do you support Trump?
Just scored a few minutes ago.
Hello? Yes.
How old are you?
Your mother? Wait, come to
25.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2001.
Okay. Is there anywhere a little bit more quiet in your house that you could go?
Yeah, sorry, I was in the basement. I just went upstairs.
Not in the basement.
Yeah, we'll wait for that.
Yes,
While you're doing that,
thanks for accepting me, man.
Yeah. While you're doing that,
I support Trump, and I would love to just have a conversation.
Cool, man. I am not as caught up as I'd like to be on the donation, so I'm going to do that real quick. Then I'll pass the mic to you. Sounds good?
All good. Yeah.
Okay, Ida, thank you so much for the $20. Who says this actually came in a while ago. I appreciate you. I thank you so much for the $20, Ida. I'm really happy to hear that I ended up changing their mind. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Meow, thank you for the 30 Australian dollars. Who says the way that you debate is so admirable. I love you. Well, thank you, Meow. Shout out to Meow. And then the Rogue, thank you for the $20. Who says, I'm telling you, Dean, you'd be great at chess. I'm not into chess. If I might get into chess one day. Thank you so much.
Not play chess?
No, I don't. Nike, thank you for the 20 Canadian.
Not play chess?
It just hasn't piqued my interest. Like, I'm familiar with like the basics of the game, but I haven't like read any like chess theory on how to like really shred it. Thank you so much, Nike, as well, for the 20 Canadian dollars. Who says, no, Dean, you don't understand. My drawing pencil died as in it broke. It's just not usable anymore. Damn, Nike. I wish you the best of luck figuring that out. As well as Gay Uncles. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Gay Uncles. Let's get 500 Gay Uncles W's down below in that comment section. Who says, we support the idea. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. Let's get 500 Gay Uncles W's down below. Thank you for the $50, man. That's a lot of money. Would you guys support that, though? Just to see what a conversation between somebody like me and somebody like Hassan would look like, you know? Just because that is going to be the divide in the Democratic Party in the next election, would be my general thought processes versus the general thought processes of somebody like Hassan. It really is. That's going to be the divide in 10, 15, 20 years from now. So it'd be interesting to see how that will look. Not to mention, you know, he's like Twitch's #1 streamer. So there's definitely a lot of people that agree with him, and I'd assume a lot of people that agree with me. So it'd be interesting to see, regardless if you do or don't like Hassan. Yeah, a couple people to thank on PayPal. Thank you so much, Hassan, for the not Hassan. Thank you so much, Paris, for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Paris with the $25 says, by the way, I'm driving from Kentucky to California for my next travel contract. I'll be staying near Denver for one night. Anything I should know or anywhere I should go for food? Any fun? Well, I appreciate you for the $25, Paris. I'm not going to lie. I have not spent a lot of time in Denver. I did spend a lot of time in Boulder, though. So if you ever get up to Boulder, you should definitely check out some good restaurants on Pearl Street. Thank you for the $25. Miss Audrey, thank you so much for the $75 donation on PayPal. God damn, Audrey. Audrey with a 75, thank you, says, buying your bullshit and for your quote-unquote fake girlfriend. Thank you for everything that you do, from a primary autism special education teacher who had 2 master's degrees and is in here because of birthright citizenship. Well, I appreciate you so much for all the extraordinary work that you do, Audrey. Sounds like you work a very similar job to my aunt, and I have a lot of respect to people in that field. Thank you so much for the $75. Tessa with a $15 for your troubles with this moron calling you young man. Yeah, he's lost his mind. SJ, thank you for the $45. Let's get 500 SJWs. SJ with the $45 says, just wanted to send some more love, and that the effort that you put in doesn't go unnoticed. I know it gets difficult sometimes, but keep on pushing, and I couldn't be more proud of you. Love you, Dean. SJ, thank you so much for your kind words today and always. You've always been so fucking kind to me, and I never take any of it for granted. Thank you so much for the love and support, SJ. As well as Dwayne, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Carbon, thank you for the $10 for having a cat. We love Momo. And thank you so much for the $50, who says, you've surely explained how trolls are impeding your work. It surely lands. But kids can't grasp the gravity of the situation, which is probably why we're going to continue to have kids that troll us. And what can we do about it? You know, thank you so much for the $50. Same thing to you, Kennedy. Thank you for the $50 as well. He says, thank you for shaping young minds. I try my best to like guide people in the most positive direction, Kennedy. Thank you for the $50 and for the incredibly kind words. And then same thing to Janice. I don't know why you guys have been so fucking kind today. Holy shit. Janice with a $50 as well says, sorry that you've had to deal with all the trolls, but best to just block them and to not give them the attention that they're looking for. That's kind of what we've been doing, Janice. Thank you for the $50. Show some love to Janice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. So we're almost done catching up on PayPal. We just have a couple more people, and then I'll probably work the thank yous for those on Venmo in the middle of this debate, because I feel like I've been talking for a while, and I apologize for keeping you guys waiting. Thank you so much, Kayla, for the $25, who says, thank you for all that you do for people without a voice. You have no idea of how much it means to us all. Well, thank you, Kayla, for the $25. Let's get 250 Kayla W's. Thank you so much for supporting us and what we do here. And then Yashika, thank you for the $15 as well. I appreciate you. And then one last one before we hop into this debate. Holy fuck, you guys have been so kind to me today. Miss Paris again with another $75. Thank you, Paris. Show some massive love to Paris. Paris says, you know, for the longest time when you said your PayPal and Venmo, I thought that you're saying Dean Withers without Dean Withers because you used to say it so much faster than you do now. Listen, Paris, I've seen that a couple times, which is why I've slowed down on it to make it more understandable. And then you go on to say, could you please give a huge shout out to the sterile processing technicians of the live? Heart of the hospital, dare I say the goats of the hospital. Listen, man, I have so much respect and love in my heart for everybody who works in medicine. My sister works in an ER, and I know just how crazy it gets. And then Alien with a $20 says, Dean, please help. I watched your live the other day and you described a photo in the e-files and I've been crying since. What can we do, if anything, for justice? Keep on pushing. Don't stop talking about them and vote for people in the midterms that are willing to hold the Trump administration accountable if they don't act. That's what we do. New Worth, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Thank you so much. Love for the $10 as well. And then, of course, Paula, thank you for the $20. You are the GOAT. Thank you guys so much. We're going to go to pass the mic to the guest at this point in time. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Hello. So my name's Sam. Thanks for having me. One thing that I support about Trump's agenda is definitely that kids shouldn't be able to get transgender surgeries, and that I think sports should be separate.
Yeah.
I don't
So just to
think
clarify,
people that get a surgery should be able to play in the opposite gender sport.
Nobody thinks that kids should be able to get transgender surgeries, and they don't.
Okay.
And they literally don't.
Oh, we got our multi-guest taken away because of a violation. We should be able to get it back, though. In the meantime, we're actually going to move over to doing debates on Discord, but don't join the Discord that's in my bio. Do not go to my main Discord. Absolutely fucking not. We have a special Discord that I have set up specifically for when this happens. It unfortunately happens every so often. Let's go ahead and get that one open right now. Here we go, everybody. If you want to debate me, give me 1 second just to get it set up. If you want to debate me, go to the link tree in the description of the YT stream or in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. And you will specifically see a button that says Debate Discord that is now active. Join the Debate Discord and then join the Join Here channel. And then I will unmute people and we'll have good discussion so the debates are not over. And while I'm doing this, I'm also going to be reaching out to TikTok to hopefully get my live access back. This unfortunately does happen every so often. Only join that channel, though, if you are here for a debate. Perfect. All right. So, folks, if you're in the channel over on Discord, what I want you to do is I want you to join if and only if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. I am going to unmute you if we are going to have a conversation. I will call out the username of the person that I am unmuting. At that moment in time, then you can start speaking. We're going to go ahead and start with Lil Breezy 555. Lil Breezy 555, you're unmuted. Do you support Trump? Lil Breezy 555 is not here. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Hello, you are unmuted. Hello, do you support Trump?
I do. I would rather vote for Trump than for Biden or Kamala Harris.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. What year were you born in?
I was born in 2007, May.
All right, yeah, man. And why do you support Trump? Why do you think that thing... Actually, let me ask you a better question. Why do you think that things would be worse off if Harris had won the last election?
Well, let me say this. I think that things would have been better under... Would not have been better under Harris because I think that Trump actually wants to change things, whereas Harris doesn't... Okay. Can you just tell me what are Harris's policies that are different from Biden?
Okay. Well, actually, Biden had fucking awesome domestic policy. So she wouldn't deviate too much, but she ran on tax cuts for the working class compared to Donald Trump's tax hikes on the working class. She ran on recodifying women and girls' access to abortion, which is a human right, compared to Donald Trump actively taking that right away. We saw a lot of good from Kamala Harris, but you said that the reason why you support Trump is because he wants change. Yeah, he certainly does. He does want to fundamentally change the United States of America, I would argue, in a very negative direction. Can you please point me towards one fact of America that is better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden? I bet you can't.
One thing that's better. Do you want like a macroeconomic thing?
Sure, yeah.
What kind of? Well, the S&P 500 is higher. I guess I just skipped that.
Okay, first and foremost, individual index funds are not macroeconomic indicators. Second of all, even if they were macroeconomic indicators, this would not explain a macroeconomic indicator that was better off because the S&P 500 grew by 24% in 2024 than 18.6% in 2025 under Trump. So in fact, the growth rate of the S&P 500 was significantly better under Biden.
And do you think that could, I mean, is a very fair word. I think that you could say that it's actually grown more because of the pandemic, and obviously there was a rebound effect in the economy, and I think that carried out through Biden and then less under Trump. And I think we could probably see that through every single one of his years that he was president. It grew a lot.
Okay, first and foremost, your mic is a little bit muffled. But what did you just say? Could you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So again, I said that you know, past the pandemic created a rebound effect of the stock markets. So the stock markets grew a lot as the presidency was closer to 2020, right? And I think that that probably had an effect on the growth rate under Biden versus Trump.
Okay, so not necessarily true, because the stock market had rebounded by mid-2022. Same thing with every other macroeconomic variable. That's when GDP growth re-leveled. That's when, let's see here, jobs re-leveled. That's when unemployment re-leveled. That's when real median growth rate of wages re-leveled. And that's when inflation started to go down. So we wouldn't be able to say that any growth rate of the stock market in 2024 was caused by the rebound of the pandemic, because it exceeded the growth lost by the pandemic.
All right. Well, I mean, in 2023, I guess you would be right, because in 2023 to 2024 is 26.3. Wait, 2023 to 24 is 25. Okay, I get where your logic follows. I guess I'll secede that to you, or I'll cede that to you.
Okay.
But do you think that there's? But let's go back to my original point. Do you think that the domestic policy that Biden was perpetuating was any different? Like, do you think that change, even if it's not necessarily good?
Kamala Harris's domestic policy really would have just been a continuation of Biden's, because Biden had great domestic policy. Can you name one domestic policy that Biden passed that you disagreed with?
One domestic policy that Biden passed that I disagreed with. I have to think about that for a second, because there's a lot of policies that he passed.
Yeah, he did. He passed a shit ton of them.
I'm sorry. Just give me a second. If you want to go to the donations while I think,
It's fine. I'm actively talking to TikTok rep while you think.
Okay.
I guess while she is thinking about the policy that she won't be able to name because his policy was great, let's go ahead and thank a couple people here. Holy. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, McKenna, for the $5. And shout out to your mom, Claudia. Thank you so much. Anna, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Oh my God, Anna. Anna with $100 says, hey, Dean, been watching you and Parker for years and I could finally make a significant donation. As a 38-year-old, you guys give me hope for the future generation. Well, thank you so fucking much. You are legitimately awesome, Anna. That is so much money. I'm beyond grateful for you. That is so much. You don't owe me a penny of that. Thank you so much for the kind words, and I'm so happy that I give you hope for the future. Same thing to you, Brock. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. I did see that donation, Brock. I did see that donation. I did indeed. Thank you so much for the $25. What was that? 26 million? Yeah. Cindy, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo calling TPA Chud base. Chauncey, thank you for the $5. Then Demi, thank you so much for the $15, who says, I cannot understand the dressing room versus backstage argument. If a gynecologist talked about women in such a way, then said, I sort of get away with it, does the fact that it wasn't in a dressing room make it okay then? Absolutely not, bro. They're just brainwashed, insane idiots. Thank you for the $15. Same thing to Allison. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much, Allison. Bonnie, thank you for the $20, who says, Dean, please switch to debating about supporting Republicans. I love your debates, but it's about the same subject every night. I think that change is going to come very soon, Bonnie. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to you, Stacy. Thank you for the $10, who says Donald Trump made the beauty pageant contestants sign NDAs. I appreciate you. I've seen that before. Maybe that's what kept them quiet. Thank you so much as well, JP, for the $10, who says TPA just kind of keeps on saying words he doesn't know the meaning of. Yeah, TPA is an idiot. And then same thing to JP with another $10, who says, here's $10 because I buy your bullshit, Dean. I appreciate you. Oh, they left. That last guest just left. Okay. All right. All right, guys. I guess we're going to go to get that next guest going on. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Do make sure that you are following the rules. We're going to go to the unmute Jack Mac. Jack Mac, you are unmuted. Jack Mac, do you support Trump? Oh, Jack Mac just left. That's fine. Let's go to get the next guest going right now. We got Nate. Nate, you are unmuted. Nate, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I like the way he does his things. You know, I like him.
You like the way he does his things.
Mm-hmm.
What a meaningful argument, my friend. What specific things has he done that you like? How about that?
Let me see.
Dude. Nice argument, bro.
No, hold on.
That's fine, bro. Hold on. That's fine. That's good. We
Oh
good.
my God, let me wait.
That's fine, bro. We're good. We'll wait.
That's not a good thing.
Just let me know when you're ready. Why does everybody need like 10 minutes today? How about this?
You caught me off guard. I wasn't ready.
Okay. I mean, do you have a response yet? Or...
No, give me one second.
Bro, why does everybody need like a fucking nap first? Everybody needs to like go take a nap, take a shower. They need to go eat a meal before they can respond to the question. Oh my God, dude. He fucking left too. Get that shit out of here, man. Dude, what is going on? James, you are unmuted. James, do you support Trump? James, you're unmuted. Guess James isn't here. That's fine. Let's go to get the next guest unmuted. Sarah Samara, you are unmuted. Sarah Samara, do you support Trump? Hello?
Whoa. I was just in here listening. I don't want to debate.
Oh, no worries. You could listen on TikTok.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Yeah. It's all still through TikTok. We're just getting the actual people connected through Discord. Brenda, MAGA 80s baby, do you support Trump?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. I'm so sorry. Yes, I do support Trump. I'm going to get straight to the point. April 16th, 1980. I'm 46 years old.
What if I told you that I don't fucking believe you? What if I told you that, in fact, I think you're trolling?
I'm not trolling.
Really? What if I told you that, in fact, I think you're lying?
Well, the Democrat Party's lying, so you're just lying just like them. So what's up?
Get out of here, bro. Coffee Mate 6969, do you support Trump? I'm so happy that I could kick people faster on Discord. It's so easy to kick them on Discord. Jess, thank you for the $10. I recently got my mom into your live streams. Whenever I walk out into her office at work, she has you playing on her speaker. Could you please give Rebecca a shout out? Shout out to Rebecca. Let's go. As well as Jillian, thank you for the $5. And Melanie, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you. that's so cute, Melanie. Thank you, Amber, for the $5 as well. Blake, thank you so much for the $10. And another Melody. You asked me not to share the amount, so I won't. Melanie says, I'll actually keep that message to myself too. Just know that I appreciate you. And I'm so happy that what we talked about earlier was able to help. Let's go to get the next guest unmuted. Ari, you are unmuted. Do you support Trump?
Could I please have a minute to talk to you?
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you too well. Gotta respond to the TikTok rep real quick. I guess we'll go ahead and get Hydra unmuted. Hydra, you're unmuted. Hydra, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because of his economic policy.
Yeah, which specific ones, bro?
I love tariffs. What they do for America is
Mm.
they increase the number of workers in America, and they stop China, which uses cheap labor consistently from what we've seen. Let's just look at China, for example, right? Their labor, they don't have the same wage limits that we do. You don't have a certain like $13 plus. They're making $2 an hour. And that's exactly what we need to stop. If we have more workers in America, we can make sure that we're boosting the economy as a whole.
Okay. All right. So you're wrong. Wow. Yeah, so let's see what you said there. You said that you support Donald Trump's economic policy. What's that?
Before you just say that you're wrong, can you back that up before?
Yeah, no fucking shit, dude. No shit. I'm
Hey,
about
the
to.
reason
I was
that
in
you
the
have to
middle
be
of giving you an
aggressive is
argument, my
because you have
friend.
low intellect, right? If you had real debate strategies, you would actually know how to say real facts instead of being aggressive, saying like "fuck." I don't use curse
Yeah.
words for a reason.
Yeah, we had the worst
So-
jobs report in 20 years last year after Trump imposed his tariff. How's that for a real fact?
Okay, let's talk about that for example. So,
We've had declining business investment every single quarter since the start of Donald Trump's second administration. How about that? Is that a real fact? Every single macroeconomic indicator is worse off today than it was a year and a half ago. How's that for a real fact?
And now let's talk
Donald
about
Trump's
other-
tariffs illegally and unconstitutionally taxed Americans $92 billion per the study conducted by Goldman Sachs and per the ruling from SCOTUS that they infringed on the Constitution. How is that for a real fact?
Okay, let's talk about some real facts as well. Because you think Trump is the only one who runs the government. That's wrong. Let's talk about the Federal Reserve. You could tell your crowd what the Federal Reserve does, just so you can enlighten them as well.
The Federal Reserve fundamentally has nothing to do with our conversation about the economic outcomes of Donald Trump's tariffs.
Okay, so you're saying this is what you're saying. The Federal Reserve has no say or does nothing with with any economic changes in the United States.
No,
Is
that's
that
not what
you're
I
saying?
said. The Federal Reserve has nothing to do with the economic outcomes of Donald Trump's economic policy. Yeah, they control things like the interest rate and the M2 money supply, but fundamentally those don't have anything to do with the economic outcomes that I just described that are true of Donald Trump's policy. Huh?
Restate some of those economic policies.
His
Or
tariffs?
economic outcomes.
I just went over them. We see that every single macroeconomic indicator is worse off today than it was a year and a half ago. Every single quarter, business investment has gone down into American manufacturers. We got the worst jobs report in 20 years last year, only adding 181,000 jobs to the economy after 2.2 million the year prior. We had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years and the highest level of unemployment, and as well as the highest level of layoffs since the pandemic. Not to mention that inflation's only been going up too now. It's around 4.1%. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve is telling us that if Donald Trump never imposed his tariffs and never started his war in Iran, it'd actually be back to pre-pandemic levels of inflation. And that's why it's just so hard to argue that Donald Trump is a good president because of his economic policy, because the economy's only gotten worse since he's been president. And then we hear him saying shit like, oh, I actually don't care about the financial health and well-being of the average American. Like, oh my goodness.
Okay, and let's talk about the affordability crisis under Biden's years. Housing, insurance, and
So
interest
let's
rates.
just completely
brought
pivot away from the
by
point that I just
well.
made. That's hilarious. Okay. So this is what we call a pivot in a debate. I would first appreciate
wait,
it if you could
don't-
respond to the argument that I just made that demonstrates that Donald Trump's economic policy has been bad for this country. And then after we talk about the claim that you made relevant to the prompt, which is why do you support Trump as president, will I possibly entertain a conversation about, well, what were the economic outcomes of the previous administration, completely irrelevant to the reasons that I just gave, in falsification of your claim that Donald Trump's economic policy is good.
So it's not a falsification, but we can go back to that point. I'll circle there right now. So a couple of things to note is that, as I said previously, I know you're not going to listen. You're just going to keep trying to echo your point. But the Federal Reserve, as you said, contains money, runs money supply, interest rates, everything, etc. And they can determine how much money is pumped into the banks. And that can also affect the job market. What you're trying to blame you're trying to blame one person for all the actions and all the outcomes.
So what has
of
the
America.
Federal Reserve done to destroy the job market since the start of Donald Trump's second administration?
I can pull up some public policy. I can pull up some policy right now.
So I just want to clarify, that's your claim. This guest is claiming that all of the negative economic outcomes that we've seen since the start of Donald Trump's second administration they're just all to blame on the Federal Reserve. So let's see what the Federal Reserve started doing in 2025 that they weren't doing in 2024 that completely destroyed the economy, meaning that Donald Trump is not responsible because of the outcomes of his policy. What a joke.
All right, give me 1 minute. Let's talk about the inflation, which was the Federal Reserve's failure first. because that they printed trillions of dollars in 2020 to 2021, and the balance sheet.
Wait, you're supposed to be pointing us towards actions that they engaged in. Dude, in 2025, specifically at the beginning of 2025, that destroyed the economy in comparison to where it was at in 2024 under Biden. Then you start talking about the M2 money supply in 2021.
I'll talk about 2025. Inflation moved up during 2025, and it remained elevated. Yet the Federal Reserve still cut rates to 3.5 to 3.75% in December. How do you respond to that?
Okay. And they cut rates?
Yeah, and that inherently hurt the economy.
How?
Because inflation still kept on moving up.
Okay. The reason why they cut rates is because inflation was holding steady. And then it started going up again because of Donald Trump's policy. Not to mention Donald Trump called for them to cut rates. So then you actually disagree with Donald Trump's economic policy because he called for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates. And then he left. He left. All right. He left. I unfortunately got a really bad TikTok rep today, everybody. We're going to continue pushing along, but I've been talking to this TikTok rep for 20 minutes, and I'm no closer right now than I was 20 minutes ago at getting the live access back. They're just being unreal. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, sorry. Joker? Joker's not here. We're going to go for Jay. Jay, you are unmuted. Jay Steve, do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
So I was just listening. I just want to say I'm a big fan. I do not support Trump. He's the worst president in history of America. But I'm a big fan of you, man. And
Blessed Jay.
Thank you for your content. You're amazing.
I'm very grateful for you, Jay. I did remute you and kicked you from the live. Although I am very grateful for you, and I think that you're awesome, and I'm so very grateful for all of your kind words. You know the rules. We're just looking for American adults that support Donald J. Trump to debate, and you really had to jump through some hoops, though. I mean, you had to join the debate Discord and everything. But just know that I appreciate you. Simply Autumn, do you support Trump?
Simply.
We
Oh my goodness. We're going to go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. We got Donald McAllister. Donald McAllister, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
34.
What year were you born in?
92.
And why do you happen to support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
The worst president? Are you sure it's not Joe Biden?
Yeah, bro, you heard me. You heard me. Joe Biden was never
So
calling
how's
for the
he bad?
execution of his
Just
political
tell-
opponents
just-
like Trump. Joe Biden was never raping women, being found guilty for it, then calling for them to be thrown in jail like Trump. Joe Biden was never starting wars of choice overseas for no fucking reason, just to explode the price of gas and groceries like Trump. Let's get fucking
Joe
real,
Biden
bro.
actually did bring up the prices back in 2022. I don't know what world you were living on. I mean, I know the gas prices were up the past couple of months, but they're coming down. You can see how fast they come down compared to Biden. They never came down. They came down just a little bit when Trump was coming into office.
Are you trolling me? Are you trolling? Are you messing with me?
No, man. No, sir. I'm not trolling you.
What did Biden do to increase the price of gas, dude?
Wait, what'd you say?
I said, what did Biden do to increase the price of gas?
Just inflation, just making like oil out of control, making sure that oil is not drilled in the US. The oil is being drilled from other countries, and that makes it uncontrollable.
That's false.
It's true.
According to the EIA,
how is
the
it
Energy Information Administration, the Biden-Harris administration drilled more oil in American soil than any other president in American history.
What's your source? I mean,
I told you at the start of that sentence, the EIA, the Energy Information Administration.
Okay, so what else is there I mean, so apparently that's false. What else makes Biden better than
We're
Trump?
not here to debate
Even
why
though-
Biden was better than Trump. He's a fucking retired politician. I want you to tell me why you support Trump as president.
Because he's a better president.
Okay. What's your favorite Trump policy? Tell me. Really?
I mean,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you think that trans people should be playing in women's sports? Do you?
Do I think that you should give me a fucking policy of Trump's that you support? I do.
Yeah, that's a policy I support, getting rid of trans people.
First question. How many trans women are there in the NCAA?
I don't know, probably 1 million. Probably so many.
No, yeah, bro, you're trolling. There's 17. They account for 0.001% of the athletes. Not to mention, he didn't ban all trans women from competing. He just gave states the ability to ban them. And a lot of the trans women that do compete in women's sports are in blue states that won't ban them. So in other words, this quote-unquote policy will probably only impact like literally 2 people. Who did I mute? Let's see here. Emily, do you support Trump? Okay, Emily's not here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Oh my God. Doll, do you support Trump?
Well, hi there, Dean.
That's a kid. Hey, listen, if there's any TikTok reps tuning in, okay, because I know that a couple do. I know that, like, for instance, Scarlett from TikTok will watch it live sometimes. I am trying to get a hold of a senior specialist right now, and they just won't let it happen. So please, if there happens to be any TikTok reps tuning in, help me out here. Every so often, the reason why I say that is because every so often they do they do watch, just for like some public insight on what's going on right now. In order to get a hold of with somebody at TikTok that can help me out here to get my access back to TikTok to the TikTok multi-guest feature, the first tier 1 representative that just takes general information in about what your issue is, they then have to transfer you to the tier 2 representative that can actually like talk to the moderation team and submit an appeal on your behalf to get the issue fixed. And the current tier 1 representative that I'm talking to is, in all reality, just refusing to do it. It's been 30 minutes since I started talking to them on my phone. I'm no closer today than I was 30 minutes ago. They're basically saying that we can't help you, which is obviously false. Because they've helped me millions of times before. Maggie, do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. Let's go down and unmute Mackenzie. Mackenzie, do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here either. Ohio, I'm gonna go down and unmute you. Ohio, do you support Trump? Orb, do you support Trump?
I'm just listening, man.
Okay, no worries. Pico, do you support Trump? You're unmuted. Okay, apparently not. Gotta send another. We might just end the stream. Rosalia, you're unmuted. Do you support Trump?
Hi, it's Rosalia, but that is totally okay.
Oh, sorry, Rosalia. Do you happen to support Trump as
no,
president?
that's okay. I just wanted to say that I do support some of the things he does, but I just had a like question really quick. I think your arguments are very stellar. I enjoy seeing you debate with people. Um, but I just wanted to ask, and I can talk about the stuff I support about him, but I just wanted to ask if you, because I look up to you, so if anything good that Trump has done.
If I think that there's
Like,
anything good that Trump has done, well, listen. Of course, I'm gonna be able to point towards like individual policies such as the COVID vaccine thing that he did in his first administration that I support. But the purpose of the live stream is to talk to individuals about why they support Trump. So when you
Okay.
say that you kind of do, like, if the election was held tomorrow, would you vote for Trump or Harris?
oh, that's hard because I want to say I'm independent because I would say I'm a Republican. How about that? I wouldn't say I'm MAGA, but let's just go like basic here. Like I support what he has done like with the like illegal immigrants and just the criminals that he is deporting. I am aware that he is deporting innocent people as well and taking away children from their families. But I do support deporting immigrants. I'm looking at sources here, and I've been reading sources about how in 2025 it was roughly around 956,000 illegal immigrants were here, and now it's down to like 86,000, which I think improves border security and definitely reduces strain on like the immigration systems. So I just your thoughts, like, were criminals, like, if they shouldn't be deported, where should they go in your opinion? Like, should they just go to like our jails or somewhere, I guess, less harmful? Because I know our ICE administration can be really harmful, and
Bro,
we've also killed our own
what the
people.
fuck is TikTok doing? I'm sorry. For everybody watching, TikTok is going to make me wait 3 days to get the appeal lifted. They're saying that in 3 days, somebody could talk to you about the issue on your account. I would like to clarify that every single instance of me getting a live restriction before right now, they were able to connect me to somebody and have it lifted in 20 minutes. Now they're saying it'll take 3 days for somebody to even look at it, when I know that they have the particular systems and measures in place for somebody to take care of it in 20 minutes. Because I've done it a million times before. This has to be like intentional. I don't even know what's going on. Like, we may just be off of the streams for 3 days if like I can't get, like, if they can't help me figure this out like they have over 3 billion times before. All right. Yeah, sounds good. I just ended the chat with him after trying to get it figured out for 34 minutes. Okay. Hey, listen. Do you mind if I thank a couple people before I give you a response to that argument?
No problem. No problem.
Cool, I appreciate you. Hey, Allie, this came in an hour ago. I really hope you were still in here so I could thank you. Thank you for the $20, Allie. That is ALLI. Let's get 200 Allie W's down below in the comment section. I appreciate you so much. Who says, we miss Momo, stay goated. I really appreciate you, Allie. John, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, I saw the TikTok of you hitting up Little Caesars. What's the order, man? Bro, that was some invasive ass shit, dude. I still can't believe that. Somebody actually recorded me grabbing dinner. Amelia, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you, Amelia. Haley, thank you for the $25. Who says, hey, just wanted to say that I love your videos and you're a great person. Sorry for all the trolls. Well, I appreciate you, Haley, for the $25. And then same thing to you, Kimberly. Thank you for the $20. Who says, I love listening to you while tattooing. I cannot mask my expressions and I laugh often. Thank you for everything. Well, thank you so much for the love and support. You are fantastic. We are all caught up over there. Now, thank you guys so much for all the love and support. We're going to go and hop back into that debate. So you said that you support mass deportation. Here's what I'd say. Do you support the deportation of all undocumented immigrants or just undocumented immigrants with particularly bad crimes on their record?
Yeah, good question. I think that just bad crimes on their record, because if they're crossing over our border, like, why do you think? Because I have like a bunch of I have people from out of the country. I have friends from out of the country who it took a while to get their green card, and it took a while for them to become citizens in
Can I hop in
America.
here?
And oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to hop in here real quick. So you told us that you only support the deportation of undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their record. So you actually agree with the Democratic Party more so than the Republican Party, because the Democratic Party overall deports less people, and more of the people that they do deport have bad crimes on their record compared to Donald Trump, who's deporting more people, and a lower percentage of the people that he does deport have bad crimes on their record. Take, for instance, Obama, who deported 3 million people over 8 years, and 20% of those deportations were of those with violent crimes on their record, compared to Donald Trump, who's already deported 1.3 million individuals in 1 year, and only 5% of them have had bad violent crimes on their record. So overall, you actually would agree more so with the Democratic legislation over the Republican legislation if you only think undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their record should be deported.
Okay. See, this is why I come on here to get schooled. So, okay. Well, thank you for that. But yeah. So again, like back to like my question, like if people are coming over here illegally, what do you think we should do with them? Because I have friends who over here, and it took them a process as to like other the legal people coming over here illegally. I don't want to say illegal people, I'm sorry, coming over here illegally and without having to do anything and still get the same benefits. Like, we think we should, like, do you think that's criminal and like we should put them in jail, or do you think we should just like what's your solution, if you get what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I think that we need to set the evaluative standard for what we are going to use to determine what the best solution is. Okay. And I think the evaluative standard that we should use to determine what a good policy would be or what a bad policy would be overall, does it make the country better off in respect to human rights or not? If it makes the country worse off, it's a bad policy. And if it makes the country better off, it's a good policy. So I would, just first rule out mass deportation as a viable solution here, because we do know that overall it does make the country worse off, not in respect to human rights. It also violates many of those. Like, for instance, it reduces GDP growth by $1.1 through $1.7 trillion annually. It reduces taxable revenue by over $100 billion annually. It forcefully expels 8.3 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers. And for these reasons and many more, like illegally deporting undocumented immigrants who are then tortured in the CCOT is just not something that I could get behind, because once again, referencing that evaluative standard, it makes the country worse off. So what's the alternative? Mass amnesty. Mass amnesty is a process where we still deport undocumented immigrants who have those bad crimes on their records, but for everybody else, we vet them, and if they pass that check, then we offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they could stay in this country. This is a good solution that makes the country better off, because then real median wages go up because of more bargaining power, get paid more by their employers. They'll be able to work more jobs, so more industries will be positively impacted by an increase in the available labor force, so our economy will be more productive. We'll have more people with more money, then they spend that money to then expedite GDP growth, expedite taxable revenue, and increase the quality of life for the average American.
Okay. I think that concludes our debate. Thank you so much. I just need a little bit clarification, and because I supported it, and I think you're just finding a solution, like other ideas on how we can solve this without having to be so violent. So thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. I'm not even joking.
Yeah. Does that change your mind?
It does. I would say it does. Definitely. Because of course, nobody wants criminal. We have criminals here every day. It's just that, like, it seemed really unfair to have non-citizens come in and have the same benefits, but your solution was very, very helpful. I would say so.
Well, I appreciate you. You have a good one, okay?
You too. Bye.
Yeah, you take care. Let's go ahead and try to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of that queue, if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I'd really appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and unmute Miranda. I'm so happy that we could change your mind. That's great. Miranda, do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, Miranda, how old are you? Luckily, the kick button doesn't have a 2-second delay on Discord, so you're kicked. Megan, hello. Do you support Trump? Mega's not here. What about Ammo? AMO, do you support Trump?
We are.
Let's see here. Gax Mexon, do you support Trump? You're unmuted.
Yes.
How old are you?
20.
Cool, dude. Let me thank a couple people. Then Mike, the floor is yours. Anonymous with a $5 says ex-TikTok employee here. Maybe taking extra time since a lot of tier 2 reps are off for the 4th of July weekend. Just wanted to shed some light on why it may be taking longer than normal. Well, my issue wasn't like it taking a long time to connect to a tier 2 rep, but was like the tier 1 rep just straight up refusing to transfer me because he said that this doesn't meet protocol, when I know it does meet protocol because it's like happened a billion times before. Anonymous, if you happen to know any current people who are still employed at TikTok, maybe even after the 4th of July weekend, you know, once they're back in the office, you should tell them. You should tell them to help me out here. John, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, I'm not going to read that, John, but I appreciate you for the $10. I won't be reading that out loud, though. Melanie, thank you for the $15. Tell Liv I appreciate that. That's very kind. Stacy with the $10 says, the Epstein Mafia Don gets his Trump Bibles made in China. Yep. Everything, not just his Trump Bibles, but all of the apparel, the Trump Towers. Totally. Jay, thank you for the $25, who says, I've been dealing with a lot of mental health issues, and I just want to say thank you for helping to distract me away from some of my bad thoughts. I can't say you help a lot. Yeah, I can say that you help a lot. Well, thank you so much, Jay. I'm so happy that we can help you out. Thank you so much for the $25. And then Kathy, thank you for the $10. And Thomas, thank you for the $10. And then over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Freddie, for the $20, who says, Dean, I love you. I love you too, Freddie. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Why don't you go to take it away, Gax? Tell us why you support Trump.
Only one singular thing, and that's not the way he's handling Iran, but from just what I've heard. I tried to do a little research, and it all pointed to the I believe it's 60% enriched uranium that they have. That can't be used for power or anything like that. It's only possible to be used in a negative
Okay, so you're basically
light.
saying Iran was an imminent nuclear threat, and you support Trump because he went to war to stop that imminent nuclear threat.
Definitely not imminent. From my research, it would take about a year for them to actually do anything with it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they have a way of like hiding that from us or anything like that. I haven't looked too much into what Obama did and whatnot.
Well, they obviously don't have a way from hiding it from us if we know about the 60% enriched uranium. The first point that I'll make here is, according to Tulsi Gabbard, the ex-head of the Directors of National Intelligence, she was the Director of National Intelligence, she testified in front of Congress and said that we completely obliterated Iran's nuclear program last month with drone strikes, and they haven't even worked on started to rebuild it since. Also, another point that needs to be made here is the only reason why they might have uranium enriched beyond a threshold that could be practically used for like MRIs, medical technology, and x-rays is because Donald Trump pulled us out of Obama's nuclear denuclearization agreement with him in 2018. And because of that, that basically greenlit Iran into starting the construction of nuclear weapons. And right before he started this war, he was negotiating with Iran to maybe like drop their nuclear ambitions. And then he started a war because Israel asked him to. And now we're actually paying them $325 billion to get them to agree to a memorandum of understanding just to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the war, and to further talks about a denuclearization agreement. There's still no denuclearization agreement. And now he's paying them $325 billion just to get back to the position that we're at before the war started. And we were only in that position with him before the war started, with him possibly enriching uranium, because he tore up Obama's denuclearization agreement in 2018.
Cool. So Trump literally allowed them to do it.
Yeah,
and then
that's what I say. I say that Trump greenlit Iran into building nukes by tearing up that agreement.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Because I was entirely against them up until hearing about that. And I mean, I don't like him as a person no matter what, but that was the only thing that could make me be like, okay. Because I don't think anybody else would have attacked them, but he's the reason that they're being attacked anyways.
Oh, cool. So we were able to help you change your mind?
Absolutely.
Sick, dude. Appreciate you for your time, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, you take care. Fuck, I guess I'm locked in. Usually I'm like really bad at multitasking, and honestly, I'm like multitasking and doing like 5 billion things right now, which is probably why I'm less entertaining than I usually am, because I'm trying to get the TikTok account unrestricted. But I'm definitely putting up a fight here. Damien, MP3, do you support Trump? Damien, MP3, are you here?
Wait, okay, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Damien, MP3 is not here. We're going to get the next guest connected. I'm just going to act like I didn't hear them whisper, "Can you hear me?" in the background, and just find a guest that has a mic that's a bit closer to their face. D, do you support Trump? Tang Bon. Tang Bon's not here. We're going to get that next guest connected. Guys, let's see who's next. Donuts. Donuts, you were unmuted. Donuts 4883. Do you support Trump? Nope, Donuts left. Somebody in the chat said, why is Santana a statue? That's because we got our live access restricted and now we're on Discord. But whenever somebody has their camera on while we get our live access restricted, it just gets permanently plastered on the stream until we end it. So shout out to Santana. He's getting a lot of free PR. Hey, what's up, Ken? Do you support Trump? Okay, let's see here. Liam, you are unmuted. Liam, do you support Trump? Liam, are you here? Hello? Hello? Liam, quite frankly, Liam, we got you on your line. Yeah, we got you on the line. This is your favorite president speaking, Liam. Liam, can you hear me, Liam? Damn, bro, he ghosted Trump. He's not real MAGA. He's a poser. He's a poser. If he was real MAGA, he would have said, I can hear you! Where do I send all my money? I'm going to give you my grandmother's inheritance, my life savings, my 401k. Just have a chance at owning a Trump Bible, gold shoes, tequila, or watch. Welcome
calm
in.
down, Dean.
MDL, do you support Trump?
I would say I kind of do.
Okay.
But for the most part, probably not.
All right. Well, then it doesn't really sound like you're a Trump supporter. Thanks for tuning in. Maddie. You are unmuted. Maddie, do you support Trump?
Not really. I just wanted to ask a question regarding what happened with TPA and stuff. Considering
Today, we're just looking for Trump supporters. Kin096856, you're unmuted. Kin09586, whatever the fuck, do you support Trump? Folks, honestly, I think that we're just going to transition into a Q&A for the rest of the stream. And then once the stream is over, I'm going to try to get this shit ironed out. For everybody that's hanging out with us on that Discord channel, at this moment in time, we are going to be ending the Discord channel. I appreciate y'all for joining the Discord channel. We're just going to be hanging out with the chat for the next 10 minutes because we kind of got royally fucked by TikTok today without restriction and then the lack of support. Holy moly. So I'm going to go ahead and end the channel now. You guys on Discord, feel free to head back over to the TikTok or YouTube if you want to join the live. For everybody that was in line that didn't get a debate, I'm sorry. Take care. All right, folks, we're low-key just going to be doing a Q&A for the next 10 minutes or so before we do hop off. Once again, if there's any TikTok employees that happen to be watching the stream, I would really appreciate your help. I would appreciate your help bigly. I'd appreciate your help bigly because we still don't have guest access, and the support that I got didn't seem to be that cooperative, that helpful, if I'm going to be honest. Usually it's really helpful. Usually TikTok is really good about that. They just weren't today. Dylan, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, I feel sorry for the next president who's going to have to rebuild all the bridges Trump burned between the allies. The next president is going to have a big fucking job, dude. So they better be prepared. They better be good. Sarah with the $10 says, a little behind in the VOD. I think that people keep messaging you about chess. Haven't seen you play tic-tac-toe. Bro, Sarah, shut the fuck up. You're actually bad, dude. We don't mention that. Britton, thank you for the $25, who says, hey, Dean, I have the right PayPal. You should really look into having a conversation with Hassan. I highly recommend checking out some of his news interviews. He has said some wild statements, and this would make for an incredibly interesting content. Well, I appreciate you for the $25, man. Thank you so much. Tristan, thank you for the $5 as well. Darius, thank you for the $5. Nigel, thank you for the $1. Then Dexter with the $5 says, what flavors anxiety pin? Buddy, it is lavender and caramel. Let's get that straight. Let's get that straight. Folks, I do apologize if the debates were a little bit worse than they usually are. I was really trying my best there. Sammy, thank you for the motorcycle. I was really trying my best there to give you guys some debates on Discord. It honestly wasn't working out that well. We did change a couple minds, though, so that was really cool. Z, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Says, can you play the Interstellar theme on piano? I used to be able to do that. It's something that I've probably forgotten, but I might be able to try my best. It's kind of coming back to me. Sorry, Z. The answer to your question is no. I'll have to relearn it. I'll have to relearn it. Lily, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. I mean, for those that are frequent viewers of the live stream, y'all know that I really like jazz a lot. That's what I play for the most part. Just different jazzes. Big fan of jazz. Where's Momo? Bro, she's probably sleeping on the bed right now, on God. If you want to ask me a question, by the way, I'd recommend asking it on Venmo or PayPal if you want to, just because you'll definitely have a little bit of a higher answer rate. Just because we have a lot of people watching. But I'm going to try to take as many questions from the chat as possible. Thank you, Freddie, for the $10 who says, nope, not going to read that one. HS with the $10 says, I would definitely listen in on a conversation between you and Hassan. Yeah, I think that would be good. You know, like, regardless if you do or you don't like Hassan, it'd definitely be interesting. You know? That's kind of my thoughts. I think it needs to happen, especially with, like, the political climate on the left right now. I think it needs to happen. I just looked down at Santana on my screen, and I thought that he was real. I was about to say, Santana, what do you think? But then I realized that he's just been fucking gone. John, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, can you play anything from La La Land? No, I can't, but my friend can, and I'm so fucking jealous of him. Moosh with the €20 says, screw it, final dono. Dean, can you play the Internationale on the piano? Like, considering the fact that I don't even know what that is, I can't. I'm so fucking sorry, Moosh. I do appreciate you, though. Thank you. Joseph with the $10 on Venmo says, can you play Roses by Outcasts? But that's basically what your jazz riff is. Yeah, basically. Which, honestly, Joseph, makes sense, because I used to know how to play Roses, and I probably took inspiration from that unknowingly for my little jazz riff that I like to hit. Let's see, everybody. Only hop inside of the queue. Dude, I'm a fucking robot. I'm doing a Q&A. Why am I telling Trump supporters to hop inside of the queue? And A, we're not even doing debates. And B, we don't even have a fucking queue because TikTok took it away. SJ, thank you for the $10. Oh, I've heard Ludovico before. He makes some really beautiful music, SJ. I have heard some of his compositions. He does like piano compositions, right? Amelia with the $10 says, as somebody who only watches your lives high, your voice is very soothing. Lamau, love you in your debates. I appreciate you, Amelia. I've never been told that before. Folks, do you think that I have a radio voice, a smoothing voice? I don't. But I'd assume I'd probably have to have at least a decent quote-unquote radio voice in order to be successful at what I do. I'd say that's probably taken into account. Megan with the $10 says, do you think that Pete Buttigieg would be a good candidate to clean this mess up? Yes, if he was able to distance himself from the establishment. I think that Pete Buttigieg represents exactly what I want to see in the Democratic Party 90% of the time. But it's that 10% of the time that he is just a complete establishment shill that, you know, makes me not give a very solid yes to that question, Megan. If Pete Buttigieg just reformed his policies a little bit, I'm talking his stances a little bit, he would be literally like the ideal politician in my mind. Sari, thank you for the $20. Who says, I have a fuck Donald Trump t-shirt. Gonna wear it to an America 250 fireworks show tonight. I'm gonna be fun, lol. Dude. Sorry. Please stay safe. Please stay safe. Please stay safe. Siri with the $10 says, throw the millennials about and learn the intro to Roses by Outkast. That's exactly what Joseph was saying. Joseph with the $20 says, performing in my first drag show in 2 weeks, and your taste in music is good yet different from mine. Any ideas for a song to perform with for charity drag? Maybe the chat has input too. Well, yeah, look at the chat for song recommendations for that, Joseph, because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what type of music is played at drag shows. I live in a conservative town, and I think if there was to ever be a drag show in the very conservative town that I live in, holy fucking shit, at least a quarter of the elderly population would probably have a heart attack on the spot. So it just doesn't happen here. Take a look at the chat though, see what they say. A lot of people in the chat are saying Alex G. I think I know Alex G on guitar, not on piano. I think I know Alex G on guitar, though. I play guitar, too. Fun fact. Reese with the $1 says, who's your favorite on Love Island? Bro, I do not watch that brain rot. Listen, I understand enjoying reality TV because there's other reality TV that I enjoy, and it's all brain rot, but I particularly stay away from that brain rot. I'm not a fan. I understand that a lot of people are, and I'm definitely the contrarian here with that opinion, but I will be the contrarian. I will happily be the contrarian. It's just not for me. It's just not for me. Rosalia, thank you so much for the $30. I just debated you. Sorry if my debate immigration seemed dry. No, I'm sorry. I'd probably seem dry. You definitely made me look at the policy in a different light, and I really appreciate you. I hope you and your girlfriend have a good 4th. Well, thank you so much. I'm so happy that we could change your mind. I probably came off a little bit dry, honestly. I was like quadruple tasking, and that probably threw me off my game. Someone in the chat asked, how long does it take to learn piano and guitar? I mean, it depends on how dedicated you are. If you're really dedicated, you could pick up the basics on guitar in like a couple weeks, I would say. The big learning hump is just figuring out how to like not like fat finger some of the strings and also bar chords. But once you get those basics figured out, you're pretty much good to go. And that would take a couple weeks if you're really dedicated. Andrew Cooper, appreciate you for the $20, who says, yo, Dean, do you got any 4th of July plans? Yeah, dude, I do. In fact, thanks for the question. I'll be going live really early tomorrow morning because I'm going to be heading up to my dad's house in the middle of nowhere for 4th of July. Basically a mini camping trip into the mountains. Megan, thank you for the $10, who says, thanks for the response. What about Andy Bashir from Kentucky? I'm thinking about males who relate to the GOP. Andy Bashir, he'd be a pretty strong candidate. I went on his podcast. I had a conversation with him. He was really personable. I've never felt a better sense of genuine like personality from a politician than what I did from Andy Bashir. He's just a real dude who happened to fall into politics, and I appreciate that about him. Joseph with the $20 says, Bozeman, Montana is also what I call a small quote-unquote red area, but fuck them. Love it. Drag is awesome. Hell yeah. I've been working with this nonprofit for years now, and I'm finally starting to show support and solidarity. Joseph, you're the GOAT. You already know this. I already know this. We already know this. Show some love to you. Ian with the $5 says, you mentioned living in a conservative town. Please tell me that Colorado is not leaning MAGA since it's been a while I was back home. Western Slope, Colorado is very MAGA, but because of how many people live in Denver, it's just always blue in every election. Anna with the $10 says, hey Dean, why do you think that the government in the USA cares so much about abortion? I live in a country with free and legal abortion. God damn. And we're just fine, so it's just genuinely hard to comprehend why people over there seem to care so much. There's actually a really complex answer to that question, and that is racism in the South. So before like the 70s, not a lot of people really did care about abortions, if I'm going to be honest. But then evangelical Baptists in the South just like viewed it as another way that they could possibly disparage, particularly women of color, as well as a very good way to start to introduce the concept of states' rights again, like in alignment with values held traditionally and socially through the Confederacy. And then they're like, oh, well, guess what? My state should have the right to ban abortion because we want states to have the rights to do a lot of other things too. So then it started to become this super popular social movement of being pro-life and anti-abortion, and then we got to where we're at today. There's actually a lot of really interesting videos about it on the internet. You should look it up. I probably gave it a really like shitty explanation. I would highly recommend looking up the roots of the pro-life Baptist movement in the American South. Let's see here. What else do we got? Booface with the $10 says, I just want to let you know that you're amazing. I can never do what you do, and I wish so many more people were like you. Well, thank you, Booface. Thank you. That is very kind of you. I see a lot of people in the chat saying Radiohead. I could play Radiohead on the guitar. I know that there's a Radiohead song where there's like this cool little like piano riff. I tried to learn it with my friend at Boulder, but we just never got around to it, so I don't know it. Popo, thank you for the $20, who says, just watch your video with that very self-hating bi man. I know exactly what video you're referring to. Just wanted to say I wish I had somebody in my life like you when I was 19 and trying to repress my sexuality with religion. Keep on being you, man. You're amazing. Well, thank you for the $20, Bobo. I happen to know the exact video that we're referring to because that was one of the most impactful conversations I've ever had on my live stream ever. What a sad story. And it's shared very frequently online now. Guys, we're at 4 hours, so I'm actually going to end the stream. Listen, we may not be back for live tomorrow on the main account, so we may be on the second account at DNC Dean. So if you haven't followed it already, go do that now. I'm going to try my hardest to get my live access back, and if I do, we will be live super early in the morning. I'm talking 10 a.m. Mountain, 9 a.m. Pacific, and like noon Eastern. We're going to be live because I have a little bit of a road trip, and we may not even be live for 4 hours. We may reduce it down to 3, so I guess we'll see. But once again, you guys should go follow my second account, DNC Dean. Go follow that, seriously, because I may be on there tomorrow just because of all the bans on this account. But folks, peace, love. Appreciate you for showing up. Hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop us up on YouTube. And if I missed anybody's donation, just know that I'm sorry. I will be reading those that I missed once I get off air. Peace, love. Good night and goodbye.